And it's starting. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the stream. It's me, James.
Me, Mary.
And we're back for more Ultima 4.
Yeah.
Should pretty much be finishing up the dungeons.
Yeah?
And hopefully the final dungeon.
Yeah. I'm assuming you're very near the end of the game.
Yep.
Yeah.
Alright. Pop out jet. Okay. Journey onward. Thankfully, the next dungeon is very close.
Uh-huh. Watch out for that face.
Hilarious that early liches are like that.
Yeah. I mean, you can understand how they got there. You've only got so many pixels for the spray, and it's like, well, the demi-lich is a floating skull, right?
Right?
Yeah. And so you just end up with, yeah, here's a face that chases you.
Demi-liches were semi-skulls. Okay. Fucking hate these. Uh, Speaking of hate, okay, that's where I'm. Dungeon Despise. Okay, hold on.
Welcome to the dungeon that hates you. It
Yep.
isn't more effective at killing you, it's a dungeon that we brought to life and instilled with hatred for specifically the Avatar.
Also, Pokies in chat.
Hey, Pokey. He's actually have to open chat now. Yeah.
Okay, this.
Ah, God. Did I mention on stream yet that I have had to switch to a significantly worse mic? Ah, because the headband on the decent quality mic I had has just completely snapped. Whatever. Go, my worms.
Oh, those treasure chests.
Yeah.
Hope you don't run into Jason Voorhees. Yeah, he
I
seemed.
mean, yeah. Generally, we hope we don't run into Jason Voorhees.
I don't know, he seems like a pleasant guy.
I mean, I guess if you're not like a camper or a teen, uh,
Or a New
remember,
Yorker.
yeah, I remember seeing a Tumblr post that it's like, okay, you take Jason and you basically drop him into a movie about like a failing hockey team who needs to win this season or they're gonna tear down the rec center. Like Jason kills their goalie, but through a sequence of contrived coincidences, he ends up like winning a match for them in the process. And then they're like, well, he's a good enough goalie. It's weird that he's always wearing a mask, and also weird that our opposing teams meet with all of these like extremely gory ends right before their matches. It's like, are you gonna kick him off the team after you find that out? Yeah,
Yeah.
I would be completely unable to find this post.
Oh, yeah. First person review reminded Pokey of the Friday the 13th game.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was kind of an interesting game because of designers definitely had an idea of what they were doing, and like there was some interesting mechanics and stuff. Just didn't quite come together. Also,
Ah, okay. Searching for Jason on my Tumblr isn't turning up that post, but it's turning up a lot of really bizarre posts. One of them is one of my favorite cases of video game mechanics resulting in unexpected player behavior comes in recent Friday the 13th multiplayer game. That's recent as of like 2018. But in that game, the player controlling Jason can teleport in front of a moving car and perform a special move to stop it. So of course, campers just started driving the car backwards. Because then he teleports in front of the car, does his move, and doesn't hit anything because the car is not moving towards him. So he's teleporting in front of them over and over again while trying to catch up for a car driving backwards down the road. Oh, God. discard. I just want to put the link, not the thing I was going to type before. Huh. That's...
Bridge over River Dye. Okay. Oh, I forgot to. Popped. Okay. Yeah, the headless are. Well, they can't really find us. They'll try to, but they can't. Of course, it helps them for them to be next to us. Alright, what direction do I want to go?
Listen, if a headless and a lich ever meet, they just combine into a regular guy. Look for a really big head.
Okay. Oh, seahorses.
Seahorses. I see seahorses. Do you see seahorses?
Yes.
Yes.
Seahorses also technically count as a non-evil creature, even though they're quite aggressive.
Shooby-doo, shooby-doo. Come and join the sea ponies when you're in distress. Helpful as can be, ponies simply signal us at once. When you find you're cast adrift and haven't gotta know, come upon the sea ponies, then see you to shore. Alright, we killed all of them. Somebody get this freaking duck away from me. Hitman targets if they were like 10% more aware of their surroundings.
Okay. Descend. Down to level 3.
Ah, the Matrix.
Interesting. Have several choices on where to go. Dispel. Okay, there. I'm facing east. I want to go south. Send to down to level 4. Gnomes! Or gremlins, not gnomes.
Gremlins.
Time to put one in the microwave. One in the blender.
Aha. Have you even seen Gremlins, James?
No.
So this is the one thing you know about Gremlins, right? Because this is the same thing you said the last time I brought up Gremlins.
I know like a couple things, but yeah, pretty
It's a
much.
good movie.
Yeah.
The thing is, like, so there's a Gremlins animated series, which is basically like the idea of it is set decades ago. It's like the backstory of the old man who, runs the shop where the Gremlins are bought from in the movies, and it's like his adventures as a kid, and it's all these like wacky magical things going on. And it's a really good series. And of course, when I brought it up, James went, "Oh, you can't do that. They won't have a microwave." And I'm like, James, there are other ways to kill gremlins. There are so many ways to kill them. It is a very bloody movie.
I would say it's odd that got turned into a kids show, but I mean,
No, it
other.
makes perfect sense.
I mean, like
Like, it's a very good show, too.
a bunch of R-rated movies did get turned into kids shows,
Yeah.
like
Let us
RoboCop.
not forget the Toxic Avenger.
Oh yeah, that. I should see that show.
Uh, Let us forget the Little Shop of Horrors cartoon. It was bad.
Yeah, from what I hear.
So, like, if you've not seen an episode of it, you might go, "Oh, this is just like regular bad." No, it's terrible. Like, it is. The only thing memorable about it is, well, uh, aside from the plant's design and it being an okay take on that for a cartoon, it's just like everything else about the show is just terrible.
Huh. Aha! Secret
Uh-huh.
passage.
We need to navigate like 7 people. No, Is it 7 or 8 people here?
7, even though I do
7.
have 8.
Yeah, are you just not a person who exists in combat? Is that...
No, I do. It's just the
Huh.
dead ones don't.
Oh, right. I was just going, did I just not notice this mechanic? And then I'm like, no, I suppose one of them is dead.
Well, search magic ball. Who touches? Dexterity plus 5. I need quite a few of those. I'm not just going to become an avatar, I'm also going to become a perfect immortal being.
Wait, are these different? I thought that was what an avatar was in this set. You find a magical ball.
Uh,
Why is my computer so slow right now?
you can become avatar without getting perfect stats.
Oh my god, there was a Rambo cartoon. I forgot about that. Police
Yep.
Academy. Oh, Highlander, the animated series. That was wild. I watched that as a kid.
Oh yeah.
For some reason, it was like a post-apocalyptic setting. Like the world had ended, but the immortals were all still around. It's it's a very odd cartoon, basically.
Yeah, like immortals are apparently able to like share their knowledge instead of having to cut the head off.
Yeah, they can do this whole like sword sharing ritual, and there's this the whole other thing of like immortals who've like renounced violence and aren't able to hurt each other. Ex- all of them except the guy in like evil spiky armor go, yeah, I'm just gonna give up violence, and then he's like, no, I'm not. It's like, damn, we shouldn't have left him for last. He just takes over the world nigh on unopposed.
Yeah.
Because everyone who could actually feasibly actually kill him has renounced the ways of the sword. Whoops.
Whoops. Alright, this is another puzzle room.
Yeah. I've got another puzzle for you. There's Toxic Crusaders, as you mentioned, there's Toxic Avengers as a cartoon. Conan the Adventurer. Now that was another one I saw as a kid. It was a weird adaptation of Conan.
Oh, I see it. Here's a wall with a pixel on it.
Starship Troopers cartoon?
Yep.
Huh.
Huh. I guess I have to search there. Nope, I don't have to search there. Hmm. Okay, he's in there, but now what? Oh, I see it. There's a second one. There we go.
Yeah. This list also has the real Ghostbusters on it there, where it's like, well, it's not strictly an R-rated movie, but like, when you think about it, it is bizarre that that was such a well-made show for so long before, it got really terrible because executives went, no, we need to make Slimer more marketable.
Yeah, they got in like a bunch of people who like had this idea of a kids cartoon but didn't actually, test
Well,
it.
yeah. And the thing is, kids loved the real Ghostbusters up until it started being aimed at kids.
Yeah.
Because they had misjudged their demographic. They thought it was aiming at, oh, it's aiming at little kids who want to see Slimer go on wacky adventures with talking animals. It's like, no, we want the Ghostbusters.
Yep. Yellowstone of Compassion.
Yeah.
Can't believe Yogi Bear is the companion of the Avatar.
Uh-huh. Took me a second to get that, and then I'm like, that's bad.
No, wait, that's Jelly. No, that's. Is it Yellowstone or
Yeah, it's
Jellystone?
Jellystone.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
a parody of Yellowstone. Like, they gave it a silly name that was just enough like that. Yeah. They got Beetlejuice on there. Beetlejuice, pretty good cartoon.
Yeah,
Uh, original movie was quite good too.
I remember seeing that when I was young.
Yeah. I've not seen the new one. I've seen the musical though.
Now, there is some stuff in this dungeon that I do want, so won't leave yet.
But yeah, there's a fair share of things you might expect to have cartoons, but like, they probably shouldn't have had cartoons. That's command.
Huh, I can only go up. Unless. Yeah, no, I can go down. No, not the right way. It's this way. Okay. Descend. Level 8. Yeah, I want to go there. Leeches with wisps. Or liches with wisps.
Oh, they're lichies, not leechies. Ah, yeah. See, you have to deal with leeches in a slightly different way. You have to deal with, you know, the undead.
Fire works pretty well on both.
Average fire mage.
Okay, I want to continue going north. Okay, are these monsters?
What pride flag is this?
The Pain Pride?
Yeah, the Sadomasochism pride flag. We've all seen it. Oh man, it was pouring with rain out there. I should check the weather. Let's do something tomorrow morning.
Ah, crap.
What is making this run so slow?
Okay, that should be enough for another casting. Dang it. Okay. Hey. Search. More dexterity. Ugh. the spell. I think it costs 15, so yeah. Thankfully, I have a druid here.
Great, we have a druid. Now we can have someone turn into a bear and summon a bunch of squirrels.
Alright, she can have one more casting.
It's a treat.
I think druids get annoyed by people making jokes about like their animal forms and such. Up. Meant to go down with that character. Okay. South. And this room again. Wisps. They love teleporting. Liches. They just love to spread rumors about you and like talk shit about you behind your back
Uh-huh.
and live in gated communities.
Uh-huh. I'm not actually sure what the joke is here.
Okay. God, imagine a waspy lich.
Huh.
Be just such assholes. I mean, they're already assholes. Being just like undead jerks who just like get powerful. Oh hey, ropers. They can't move. They sure do like casting sleep.
Well, yeah, that's what they do. Oh wait, they can only attack you if you're right next to them, right?
They have
Mm.
like the sleep spell, but otherwise, yeah.
Yeah. So by themselves, they're not terribly threatening.
Yeah, more annoying than anything.
Yeah.
Oh, they have that fire spell too. And poison. Hey. And electricity. Might as well hit it with the mystic sword since I'm next to it. One shot. Okay, now that these guys are dead, gotta wake everyone up. Go north. Mariah. Mariah, wake up. Uh, 35. Really need to heal right now. Okay. Of course. Oh, great. God, they love casting that spell.
Shadow Wizard Money Can. We love casting the same spell.
Ah, fucking. Shamino, it was next to you and it couldn't move. How'd you miss?
I mean, there's such thing as critical misses in this world, you know? If you lived in the fantasy world, you just have to accept, okay, 1 time out of 20, you're just gonna randomly fail anyway.
And there's these phantoms.
You're just represented by a floating sword and shield.
Okay. One more. Dragons. A traditional enemy for dungeons.
So it's come down to this. A dungeon to dragons.
Never thought this could happen. I need to continue my watch of Futurama.
Uh-huh.
I have been watching Rocco's Modern Life.
Yeah.
Lately. It's interesting. It's kind of a proto-adultish cartoon, a proto-modern adult cartoon. Yeah, holds up pretty well. And perfect stats. We're out of here.
Uh-huh.
What's the spell? What was this? Not that one. B. Blink south. Get healed up at British's place. Health.
State of British healthcare.
Now, these other dungeons, one of them can be reached on foot, but the other two, you have to take a boat, basically. Oh, hey, Raylene.
Yeah, you still have to take a boat. Even maxed out stats doesn't include maxing out your swimming skill.
Need to watch that.
Yeah, I watched that. Apparently it's just like one bit of a much longer video, but basically it's a Deus Ex recut style video of what if JC Denton dumped all of his points into swimming and was unable to even fire a gun.
Yeah.
And to be fair, if you did that in the game, it would be... Well, you'd still technically be trained in pistols, just because the game doesn't actually account for that. And even if you weren't, you wouldn't be atrocious at firing a gun, but it's funnier to just pretend swimming takes up all of your skill.
Yep. You're Aquaman.
So Aquaman does have powers other than the swimming thing.
Oh, yeah.
It's just Super Friends version of him didn't really represent him that well.
Nope.
Because in addition to swimming, he was always like generically super strong and tough. He, could command sea creatures. He could, like, he had the entire like undersea kingdom at his disposal. Like, it's just funny to go, yeah, he's the guy who swims really well.
We're in deceit. A rat and, like, octopuses? Bonk. Oh, those are spiders, I guess. They have 6 limbs, so no, they're not. They're insects. And this... Oh, ghost. Ghost of the fountain I didn't use. And now we go down. Yeah, we're gonna have
Well, let's go and take my pills. I'll be back in a minute.
on floor 3. I'm facing south. This is a room, actually. An annoying room. Room of annoyance. Ah, those chests are mimics.
I mean, it is the Dungeon of Deceit. Of course there are mimics.
Alright, killed it. Okay. Rye is awake? Okay. Need to go south, south. Send to level 5. Winds. Start falling rocks. Oh, I don't need that. Oh, yeah, I should go back. Secret wall. Okay. Oh, lots of work rehabilitating his character went on over time. Yes, telepathy, super strength, sometimes hydrokinesis, naturally super tough, able to survive several atmospheres of the ocean's depths. Sometimes he's got weapons, says Pokey.
Yeah, pretty much. It's like, even in the comics where he originally appeared, he was, no slouch in the super strength area. It's just, specifically, the Super Friends version of him was so useless that that destroyed the perception of the character for a long time.
Yep. A single troll. Whatever will I do?
Quick, just walk the troll.
Alright.
Oh, Kitty.
Hey, kitty.
Yeah? How is everyone doing?
I'm doing alright.
So, that's good. Oh gosh, I still still wish you had some music going on. But yeah, see Pokey's was in the chat. Sorry, I was just like, oh, let me check the timestamps before saying like, is Pokey still in there or not?
Yeah, Pokey was at least around a few minutes ago when we were talking about Aquaman.
Nice. Also I see. Yeah, hope you don't run into Jason Moores. God.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because we were in a first-person perspective that reminded Pokey of Meowdy.
Oh, hi,
Says Pokey.
Meowdy.
Hi. I haven't gotten to watch many of Pokey's streams lately. I really should,
Yeah. God, I need to catch up with the last Peace Walker stream. 'Cause those are Peace Walker is just sorry, Mr. Motorcycle, but we don't want to chat right now. But yeah, no, that game is just silly overall. It's a really fun time, but also it's like a bit of this is Big Boss, like becoming like partially becoming the villain that he's always supposed to be. Like he meets Chico, like this like kid whose dad was Sandista, Commons Revolutionary, and he's like, "Hey, kid, you should join my like, like my mercenary group and give me intel. Don't worry about being a child soldier. It'll be great." and he has no qualms about no qualms about this at all. About like, yeah, like, look, your dad may have been killed by the CIA, but like, how about you join me? Wouldn't that be cool? And I mean, eventually through Chico, you do get to see some Monster Hunter nonsense because he's obsessed with what's it called in Japan? Not called cryptid. UMAs, unidentified. Uh, is it unidentified mysterious animals? I think that's what the term. So that's fun. Also, God, it's also it's really, I, it's also a fun in a lot of ways. Like, damn, oh yeah, it's it's a game that introduces Doctor Strangelove, who is working on nukes, right? And it's like, oh, that's why, like, oh, that why she gets her name of her nickname of Doctor Strangelove? No, it's because she's gay, and that's why she calls herself that. And it's like, yeah, yeah, that seems like a Kojima thing to do. uh, God, sorry, I can't help but think of a friend. Oh, and PokeScript. The irony being is that he's in a game full of UAPs with all these AI weapons. And yeah, she's the first. She's the first vampire in the world. God, shout out to Vamp. Shout out to Kojima making a character who looks like a vampire, who can move like a vampire, whatever. And it's like, oh, and Ryan, like, oh, if he called Vamp because he's a vampire and has all these vampire powers, like no, Ryan, he's called Vamp because he's bisexual. Like, God, just like she's the first vampire. That said, I remember reading somewhere of someone saying like her accent is all wrong for like the part of England she's supposed to be from, because she sounds incredibly posh, but like apparently where she's from it is not posh. Which is like, man, I would have loved to have like hear that in game, but yeah, I'm not surprised that Kojima went full on like, no, we need the morally dubious like um uh, pretty gay lady to having girly posh accent. Pokey's he's moving different. Yeah. The Dracula flow. Oh my god, he is the Dracula. He's the Dracula that's flowing. Oh yeah, so what dungeon are we in now, by the way?
Deceit.
Ah. Neat.
We also went through the Dungeon of the Spies earlier.
Cool beans. God, there really is no music in this. Then again, it's a weird, it's the weirdness of, yeah, this was out when sound cards weren't really that much of a thing. I think we talked about that before. It's still what nuts.
Yeah, Ultima 5 has like music and stuff. And some versions of Ultima 6 had voice acting.
Huh.
There. Welcome up. Ah, dang it.
No, I had to share a silly Blue Sky post on the YouTube and here. It's very cute. I can't believe Squirrel Girl
Ah!
caused Pangea to split.
Okay.
Uh,
Yeah.
Wins.
No, this sounds like a typical adventure for her.
no, you're right.
For anyone who's never read any of the Squirrel Girl comics, go read Ryan North's run of it, the Dinosaur Comics guy. That's basically the modern version of Squirrel Girl. Squirrel Girl is like when you're thinking of that, you're thinking of that specific run. Actually, I think that might have been her only like solo title.
Huh.
Ah, the
I
blue stone.
genuinely don't know. Stone.
Bluestone. The counterpart to Blue Sky. Which, God. Sorry, I can't help but think about that because I was retweeting. I was no, whatever. No, fuck it, I'll call it a retweet. I don't care. Retweeting like the Blue Sky posts for through the stream, thinking of you know what? Good job, team, for being absolute menaces to the one bigoted reporter guy who wanted to air quotes colonize Blue Sky with air quotes normies, because you're definitely a normie if you self-identify as a normie and talk about wanting to colonize a website. Total normal behavior to do.
Well, that's the thing. The people who say things like that are all gigantic weirdos.
They really are, and
And it must be pointed out to them every time, man, you're just being weird.
it really needs to. It's like it's the one thing that the Democratic Party like. I say that
Got that right.
they got that
Briefly,
right
and then they
until
were told, "Oh no, you should backpedal on that." And it's like, why?
um yeah, no, I'm also confused on that. Like it really is the party that hates winning and
The thing
doing like
is, we know why. It's
oh
because the
yeah.
Labour Party advisors from the UK said, "No, no, no, you should do it this way." Noted winning party, the Labour Party, who got 20% of the votes in this last election.
Oh,
Sorry, 20% of the population voted for them, which worked out at 50% of the votes because nobody wanted to vote for anyone.
oh my god.
Yeah,
But yeah, yeah, shout out to people harassing the guy to get off of Blue Sky because
yeah,
the trust and safety people were like, actually no, it's very important that we give this one guy every exception in the book.
yeah. And then he went, "Oh, but they didn't welcome me there." And it's like, the staff were as welcoming to you as they were to anyone. In fact,
More so.
significantly more so, and you thought it wasn't enough?
Yeah, because everyone wasn't bowing down and groveling at his feet, and so he still wrote it. He left and wrote an article about how bad Blue Sky is, because that's
Yeah,
his whole grift of just
that's all he does.
being a bully, and then people be like, "No, fuck off," and then like, "Oh no, they're so mean to me."
I'm being silenced for my opinions. What opinions are those?
hmm Oh God, I suddenly remember what's the name of that guy, the uh, the guy that used to own Infowars.
Alex Jones?
Yeah, Alex Jones tried making a Tumblr account, and people like Tumblr were completely fine with him having a Tumblr, but people of Tumblr were like, "No, we're going to send you. We're going to like run you out of here as quickly as possible." And he left in like 2 days.
Yeah.
Like, good work, team. And like normally, I would say like harassment especially online harassment, dogpiling is bad, but like the rules of engagement change when you're fucking Alex Jones or like
Yeah,
the Jesse Signal or whatever, like his
it's
name
no
is. Like,
paradox of tolerance thing. It's like it's really not a paradox.
it's not a
If someone
paradox.
has built their career on harassing other people, you run them out of time.
Yeah, for sure, because it's like, what was it? I remember seeing on Tumblr. I forgot where the quote comes from, but it's like it's a social contract of tolerance. You know that like that's how it really works in practice. Of like, it's not a paradox. It's like, hey, we don't have to be tolerant towards you if you want to just uh, spread bigotry and hate anyway. So like, fuck off. And I think to quote punks from, and not like people online that okay, I'm not in the punk scene, but like, there's people who are well-meaning but don't know what they're talking about when they say like, oh, you can't be punk if you're ableist or racist or whatever. And instead, I like the approach that actual punks say, which is Nazi punks fuck off, because yeah,
Yeah,
because it's like they know
that
there's
needs to
people
say.
in there who are Nazis because like and it's instead of doing a no true Scotsman like argument, they're just like fuck off.
Yeah.
Which it's still messed up. That's called the no true Scotsman argument, by the way, because it's like it was an Englishman that came up with the idea of like, oh, what if there was a Scottish guy who is like, oh, like, well, like, heard about a killer, some serial killer or whatever that was Scottish. Like, oh, well, no, true Scottish men would do that. That's fucked up. And like. And like, obviously this is a logical fallacy, and everyone was like, "No way, you're so true. We're gonna call it the No True Scotsman logical fallacy." And it's like, wait a second, what they like, this is all just like like a bigoted Englishman just making the shit up about the Scottish. Like, get out of here. Why do we call it that? Like, surely after all these years we can call it literally anything else.
Some
uh,
ghosts, some skeletons, some dead guys.
yeah, I've actually got a comment that I still really adore the ghost little blobby guys. Like, it's really cute, especially with like all the um like what, like 30 pixels they have to work with. Like, I bet it's more than that for each individual sprite, but like it can't help but feel like it is something that small. Yeah, sorry for bringing it up, but it's just, yeah, good job getting the guy out of there.
Okay. This is a puzzle room.
Ah,
There it is.
nice.
Her real power.
Now, a quick question: what does it mean by how much G every character? Like, it's like 736 G. Is that how much gold they're carrying?
The number is their health, and the G is actually their status. So
Oh, good.
yeah,
Okay. That makes more sense.
yeah, that's why the one character has 0 in his D.
Yep. Um, Speaking of which, shout out to uh Dragon Quest for having the little coffin that just travels behind the group whenever a character dies. It's really cute.
Yeah.
And also just a funny visual of just, yeah, no, we're just kind of dragging them around until we can bring them back to life.
Want to have spaghetti penicica, says Pokey.
Penisca? I want to try it. No, I don't know what that is, actually.
Puttanesca.
Puttanesca.
Do you know? Do you not know Puttanesca?
No! I've never heard that
Ah.
term, yo!
God,
Puttanesca.
is that from Squid Ink?
I think-
Puttanesca. Spaghetti alla puttanesca. Oh no, it's not the one I thought it was.
Oh, no, huh.
Well, I guess I'm looking like a...
Sorry,
Nice
I'm
to
looking at
see.
Wikipedia, and I do etymology because putana roughly means whore or prostitute, and puttanesca is an adjective derived from that word. The dish may have been invented in one of the many bordellos in the Naples working-class neighborhood of
Yeah.
Pritteri, Spagnola. Right, but yeah, it's just like opening the Wikipedia page, just kind of looking for like
Yeah.
why they called that, and then just seeing like whore. Like, it's very hard not to giggle about it. Like great, but yeah, seems very nice. Tomatoes, olives, capers, anchovies, garlic, pepper, pancino.
Pepperoncino.
Extra. Yeah, sounds nice.
I was thinking of spaghetti al nero.
Uh,
Whatever. Unfortunately, for some reason, this is running really slowly for me, so it's a real pain actually looking things up. I don't know why.
no, and Pokey. Yeah, the name is attracting me. Lol. Yeah, lol. Yeah, I get that.
Hey, it's a it's a nice enough sounding dish. Like,
Yeah.
obviously we've all had spaghetti at some point.
Oh yeah,
Very fancy spaghetti.
Go spaghetti.
for sure. You know how it is with spaghetti.
The thing is, it's like, by definition, no, it's like, it's spaghetti. We made whatever we had lying around. But you look at that ingredients list, it's like, these are not as common ingredients outside of Italy and in the modern day. So, to us, it's like, oh, this is like a fancy spaghetti, and it's like, no, the etymology of this is, yeah.
Peer into a gem.
Nice. Oh, and complete tangent here, but while looking up seeing the ingredients for that type of spaghetti, I think this is something I knew but forgot about that. Apparently, yeah, chili peppers originated in Central South America, which is wild because there's like all kinds of like chilies around the world, but it's like they all spread out from being from the Columbian Exchange, which is wild because it's like because like oh, I know there's chili dishes in like all sorts of countries all over the world, and it's like, huh, those aren't nearly as old as I thought they would be. Because like yeah, that's like that exchange would have happened in the 1600s, and it's like no, like because I know like India, India all throughout the rest of that part of Asia onward has a whole bunch of chilies, and it's just like that's wild. Then again, the same is also true with a potato, and that's like Tolkien, the giant history nerd that he is, was like, no, I'm gonna not include like things from post Columbian exchange into like the food they're eating in Lord of the Rings, but was like still had to include potatoes because he just could not fathom what a European diet would look like without potatoes. Like it just wouldn't make sense to him. Like no, wait, that's not
Yeah.
right.
The thing is, it's something that you can put in fantasy settings. People won't question that. They'll just go, yeah, sure, that seems like kind of thing they ate in medieval times. But, you
They
get them going,
didn't.
oh, you can't have diverse populations, you can't have women in positions of power, you can't, like, have people who aren't white in your setting. That's not realistic. And it's like, well, do you want us to take the potatoes away? And they never do.
They never do.
It's like, if you want potatoes, you know, which you
Yeah,
apparently do, then you have to live with everything else.
yeah. A lot of these chumps they just do not want the idea of like people of color existing, but they want to reap the benefits of like their culture or like uh not just crops, cultural export. No, like what I mean. Like potatoes would not exist if it weren't for like people in the Andes mountain range like cultivating them, and like they just would not be there at all. And like I think I vaguely remember as a teen even like thinking like no, I'm gonna only try to read like web comics where like people like me could actually exist because like there's so many like sci-fi and fantasy web comics where it's like oh there's not a single brown person here, they just do not exist, and I'm like oh I'll try doing that. And I think eventually I kind of stopped with that because it's just there's so few. Which is a shame. But, like, also, excuse me, there's a kitty that wants into the room. And meowing at the door.
Speaking of web comics, I've been rereading Elgina Shive again.
Nice. Shout out to transgender people.
Yeah.
God. Hey, hey, kitty. You're so cool. Give me a sec. But yeah, gosh, oh goodness, I love that it's still going and it's still really fun. Cause like, hi. Sorry, kitty's still meowing. But yeah, it's. God, I'm trying to think. Oh yeah, the current arc is really fun with the kind of the setup for all these characters meeting is it's a not Magic the Gathering tournament and just doing the fun artistic license of like oh while they're like fighting each other, just imagine them as like fantasy wizards or whatever and like different get-ups. And also what if there's hot goblins, goblin girls, like let's go.
What if there were hot goblin girls?
Yeah, and it's
A dream.
it's life could be a dream. But sorry, Kitty is now climbing up on my shoulders, like some sort of
What
parrot.
cat about goblin girls?
Yeah. But oh yeah, in that arc, there's also a funny thing where kind of like there was some mystical being giving around like access to magic and like spells to people, but like there's one guy who would like people now finding out about like his spell, like how magic works is like usually very personal to like the caster or whatever, and it's like his magic power is just he gets to he gets to look at a person and then based on their deck see them as some sort of like cute monster girl, and then somehow it just gets to, like from seeing them as a cute monster girl, it tells him what their deck does.
I mean, yeah, it's
And
like,
the thing is,
oh, okay, this person has turned into a goblin, they're running a goblin deck. But also
yeah,
in the sense of, oh, this person has turned into a mermaid, which in Magic the Gathering, like merfolk are it's like low mana cost blue creatures. This must be a blue deck that uses low cost cards.
yeah, and the thing is, that's kind of as in depth as the spell even goes. So it's not even like a major cheating spell. Like that's it. And also he gets
That's all it
like
does.
that's all it does. And he just gets to look at people as if they're cute like anime girls. And it's like, and it's just like the weirdest. It's just like really
Why
fun
would
because
you even want this specific spell?
spell,
And
yeah.
of course, that's what he wanted. So who knows?
Yeah, it's just like that's how it works in like some other like magic users and like in the setting they're like looking at this like uh like in it like wizards specifically can even like copy other people's spells and someone's like yo hey he has magic, like let me like what is he doing, like let me just copy this spell real quick, and then it's like oh everyone's a pretty anime girl now. Like that's fun, but like, why? like, 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 it's great because like, God, all the various magic nonsense going on in that, and it's like, this is like the silliest spell of just what if I could just look at people and see some magic like some anime girl that like tells me what their deck does in general.
It's blue, yellow, red, orange, purple, white, black.
Hmm?
Just looking at
Oh,
my
okay, yeah,
inventory.
yeah.
Yeah, I need to get the last stone, and it's to the east of, west where I am.
Yeah. Also, I was gonna say, that feels like a weird way to show like your like the colored stones you have because there's repeating like starting letters for colors.
Yep.
So you just gotta hope that you're like, yeah, okay, I have both black and blue. Hopefully, there's no burple, there's no blurple or whatever in here.
No
So we should be
browns.
fine. No browns, yeah. Because it's not two letters, it's one for each one. Like for each stone, which is what gets me. Like
It's
two, like, okay.
The Dungeon
Huh?
of Wrong. As in wronging
The
someone.
wrong dungeon.
The
And
wrong
it's gone
dungeon.
wrong.
God, sorry, saying like the wrong dungeon, it's gone wrong, makes me think of Bizarro World and how I know that there's basically a Superman in there because he's the Bizarro Superman, and he's just like a normal guy, but he's like a normal guy in Bizarro World, so that makes him a freak. Everyone's like, "Who is this weirdo?" Like, who isn't like, who is this normal guy that we love and adore? Says the Bizarro World denizen. Which I do. That is some fun comic shenanigans of just the Bizarro Superman. Just what if there's a normal guy in Bizarro World? Wouldn't that be fucked up or what?
Well, I associate the Bizarro stuff with like Sea Live 2021, the Bizarro episode.
Huh, I never seen that one.
Well, at first they seem nice, but it turns out they are bizarro. Let me see if I can find. Let's see, I have a bizarro episode. Basically, the lab has been taken over by like bizarro versions of the main cast, like slightly off ones who are all complete idiots.
So, just as competent as the main cast.
Yeah,
But in different ways.
I probably wouldn't be able to actually find a good clip from it without just linking the whole episode, so...
Yeah.
Bizarro, I love you, Bizarro.
God.
Okay.
Bizarro.
Hmm.
Yeah.
No, can you hear my cat purring?
Nope.
Oh. What a pity.
What a shame.
Yeah? She's making cute purring noises. Nice.
Okay, just watch at least the first few seconds of the episode highlight. There's just a gag there that I'm like, oh yeah, that is still like a funny way to start the episode.
Yeah, let's hear. Do I have everything set up to not be obliterated
With
by
ad
this?
block and no script and all the other stuff for watching pirated. Yeah.
Yeah? Just making sure that
Just
like
couldn't find an episode on YouTube. I mean, at this point, we're being told, well, copyright law just doesn't exist. AI's like to scrape whatever, and I'm like, okay, why should I care then? Might as well just pirate everything at this point.
Yeah. Although that's currently a UK thing.
Unfortunately, I live in the UK.
Yeah.
yeah. God, it's still absolutely fucking bonkers that that they're even doing that. Like, yeah, sure. And it's like, oh, okay.
Yeah. I mean, look at how the UK has been run for the last couple of decades, and you'll go, oh, right, that's why.
Yeah.
The whole
Still,
country's been run by grifters. They're just stripping out the copper wiring from the walls at this point.
Yeah. Also, I have to like mess with. Let me lower the volume on that a bit so it
Yeah, I can
doesn't
hear
bleed
it.
through. Yeah, I was like, well, that was a bit louder, and I haven't like poked at this website in a good while because it also didn't help that I had to read because of a mistake a bit ago. I had to redo the settings on NoScript of just like, okay, what's the minimum like things I have to enable to actually watch a thing here? Like, what specific doodads do I have to poke at? But I think okay, you weren't kidding by the first few seconds, huh?
Yeah.
Like that's it. You just need the first few.
I just like the zooming out, and it's the comic book cover of the like bizarro versions facing off against the regular ones. You know,
Oh yeah, very
this is
good.
this is a fun concept.
Yeah, and it's like, uh, uh, I don't think like
Sets
anyone
up
could
well.
ever. Yeah, it's set up well, and I think you can kind of throw it at like whatever. Like I don't think anyone could like copyright the idea, the concept of like some sort of bizarro version of your cast. They're, they're just sort of wrong in a weird way, and just calling them bizarro is also just a fun word in general. So it's just like it's a good time. Like God, I'm sorry, my brain's jumping around all over the place. It's just like, what if there was Bizarro Goku? There's so many Gokus already, or like Bizarro Vegeta. He's just nice, actually. He's just he's just nice.
Yeah.
And then Vegeta, like normal Vegeta, is like, I have to destroy him. Like, and everyone's like, no, he's just nice. Like he's just cool. Like he knit me a sweater. Like, how
Yeah.
did he knit you a sweater? He just got here, like, yesterday. Like,
And it's like, well, obviously, same sweater size, idiot.
yeah, he uses his Super
He's
Saiyan
probably already
powers to
working
make
on a
sweaters.
sweater for himself.
Yeah.
Can't trust good Vegeta. Why are you calling him good
Good
Vegeta?
Vegeta! Good Vegeta. That's going to end the guy naming.
That's boss fight.
No, it's just. No what? No, it's a boss fight to normal Vegeta. Normal's Vegeta boss fight,
Well,
good
he's the only
Vegeta.
one who wants to fight good Vegeta. Who's like, no man, I'm a pacifist. Or is he?
Yeah? Good Vegeta, only a boss to normal Vegeta. Odd.
Yeah.
That said, I'm now thinking about Bizarro characters. My brain jumped around to like various anime, whatever, and it's like it's also fun to think of characters who are like immune to there being like an evil version of them because they're just sort of goofballs, and like you just get like a weird like they would just be weird in a different way
Yeah, the
rather than
ones who
evil.
are like not so morally good or evil that their like inverted version would be like the opposite of that. It's like, yeah, you're kind of neutral on the whole, and that means your Bizarro version is okay.
Yeah,
Like maybe they're a bit of a jerk, or maybe they're kind of nice.
What was?
yeah.
Yeah, there was a webcomic that did that.
Yeah,
God.
I think it was SMBC had a like a because that's all single panel comics, you know, with no continuity.
Uh,
It's just got, well, technically I'm the evil version of you, but like since I'm exactly inverted from you and you're not like a super good or evil person yourself, I'm mostly just neutral. Like there's not exactly peaks or troughs in your personality, so you don't get the opposite.
yeah, but God, also just thinking like, what if there was a Bizarro like Luffy, and like I can't imagine like Luffy being like evil. I think he'd just be weird and like
He would be weird in a different way.
yeah, like like he'd just be weird and goofy, but in different ways, and is sort of like more off-putting to everyone. Like of just like
It's just the same as regular Luffy, but everyone's like, I don't know, man, something's off about him.
yeah,
Bees.
not. Oh no, Dr. Bees was here.
An influx of bees should help.
So,
So selfish. See, the Pokescript Bizarro Luffy would be horrifically, selfless. Oh, cruel for selfish. Cruel for selfish reasons. Selfless. Self. Cruel for selfless reasons.
Yeah, because regular Luffy is a nice enough guy, but for entirely selfish reasons. It's like he has his own specific goals, which just happen to involve, like, overthrowing tyrannical regimes and, you know, beating up evil pirates. It's entirely for his own, like,
Oh.
yeah, I just want to beat this guy up. He's not doing
God.
it to help people.
I mean, he does, like help people
He
though.
does, but it's not his goal. His goal is, okay, if I want to win this fight, I need to find the biggest, baddest person here and kill them. And just
I mean-
ignoring everyone else. And I know this is a bit of an exaggeration, but like I see where Poke's
Yeah.
coming from.
I can kind of see that.
Like, he wants to be king of the pirates, which is not an inherently good goal. In fact, it's kind of an evil goal when you think about it.
Yeah,
But on the
it's-
way, it's like, well, I need to beat up all these other evil pirates.
doing good for evil's sake.
Not necessarily for evil's sake, but for what is, on the face of it, a very selfish goal.
Yeah, Latian, a Morphin Poke. What Luffy wants is good for people, but he only does it because he wants to do it for his own sake. And yeah, you know, he's very much the classic, classic and more like, Eastern Asian like fiction of like the guy who's like he's not looking, you know, for trouble, but trouble finds him, and he has a sense of justice that like he helps anyway, but like that isn't what he's normally like doing, you know, the kind of hot-blooded hero thing. And Morpelke, he doesn't even think about what his goal will mean for the world or himself. Just that because he wants it, he will take it. Like, yeah, that is true. Like, you know, he's kind of like, you know, he meets other pirates who are like, hey, like, oh, I want to be the king of the pirate, and it's like, well, okay. Anyway, me and my crew are just gonna like, plunder and pillage this town. LMAO by, and it's like it's like, hey, you can't do, hey, that's fucked up. I can't believe pirates are doing this. And it's like you know, he has that kind of romantic sense of a pirate and like, you know, adventure and all that, but like he doesn't especially since I'm reading the early stuff. Oh yeah, Gesundheit, my bad. Reading through the manga like from the start, and I'm going painfully slow because of my own brain problems. I was just like, yeah, like he doesn't really think of like what does it mean to be the king of the pirates, or like what pirates do. Like there were some pirates who were kind to him when he was younger, but like he doesn't like really consider like like. Like I can't imagine Luffy ever thinking about time. Like, okay, it's time to plunder some like nobility, right? Like we see the ship, like let's go. Like that would never cross his mind of like what a pirate would do. Oh my god, that's suddenly all the skeletons appear.
It's a birthday party! Happy birthday to you!
Just holy shit!
Yeah, that's true.
Nice. Rocks fall, everyone dies. Everyone dies again because they're Skelly Mans. Sorry, God. Shout out to Deus Ex Swimming Specialist, and not only just a video, but also saying in character classes Megamod Pack and the kind naming agent who only has points in swimming. Oh, God, I was about to put Skellymancer. Just
Yeah.
you're a necromancer, but you only have skeletons,
Like,
which is
yeah. Have you ever read the Locked Tomb? It's
I
pretty
need to read through the first book. Heard so many good things about it.
I do like the thumbnail for the Deus Ex thing is just Animorphs.
Yeah,
You see Denton turning into a dolphin.
yeah. God, Deus Ex is so good. Again, thanks James for playing that one on stream. That was a blast. But also, God, it's sure some weird decisions of what if we put in the skill that's only gonna be useful for like maybe like 2 parts of the game, but also that you can just get an item that like lets like is there a rebreather item?
Yes.
I forget. Okay, there is. So there's like there's just items that let you bypass that anyway. And it's like I remember one mod for Deus Ex Epoch that like it combined swimming with like they just called it athletics because not only can you swim, but it also affects like how much how good you can jump and can give you ability to
powers?
mantle. Yeah, and it's like in Deus Ex, jumping around and getting the places you probably shouldn't be like is part of like the fun. Yeah, so it's like
Yeah.
it makes sense to do that, but it's like just swimming, and it's like, yeah, there's like 3 parts, like 2, maybe 3 parts of the game where that's even remotely useful. And if you have the rebreather item, you don't have to care because swimming only really helps with like how
Thing
well you
is,
breathe underwater,
if you
right?
really wanted to breathe underwater, you have the rebreather. You have one of the augments just lets you breathe underwater like 4 or 5 times as much as you normally can. Oh god, you can build an ultra specialized swimmer.
You could, and
Why would you do this?
why would you do this? Especially using up an augment slot for just swim good? Do they even help with like the toxins? Like something's like something they could
Yeah,
flavor
it's
in
taking
like
the same
oh you have more
slot
air.
as the toxin, like as the
Oh yeah.
thing that lets you breathe in toxins and not die.
Yeah. Or
So you are
like
actively making the choice not to have that.
mm-hmm. and it's just so bad. Why do they do this?
Yeah, pretty much every mod that affects skills at all either expands the scope of swimming or replaces it outright.
Yeah.
So the nameless mod just replaces it. It gives you fist fighting.
Oh, that's fun.
You can gain the ability to knock people out with your bare hands,
Hell yeah.
or to deal electrical damage with punches, or so on. There's like a bunch of them.
Oh, that rules.
Human Revolution also had a rather pointless skill. Mainly because what it does already, you can already do without it. Basically, in the hacking minigame, there's a percent chance that your hack will be felt by the system. And what it's supposed to do is tell you the percent chance when you hover over the next hack point, but it already tells you that when you click on them.
That's, it's still better than a whole like subs, like one of the whole like instead of just a sub skill being bad, like a whole skill being bad, but that's still really funny. Oh god, now speaking of that, oh Skyrim, and the fact that like all of the extra bonus like abilities for the different like weapons just kind of, or for like for a lot of the like melee weapons just don't do anything. Like, oh, like you get to have stronger crits with swords, but it's like what the game doesn't tell you, that that crit damage doesn't scale with your actual damage. It only scales with like the quality of like the sword itself. So, or, like like there's an initial base damage before any modification, any bonuses, any perks from just each weapon type. Like if you have an iron sword or steel or like ebony or mithril or glass or whatever all the item, like the weapon types are, and it scales off of that and that alone. So like once you're way higher level, it just doesn't do anything, or like it's not worthwhile. Because now that you have a sword that does like, I don't know, like 50 damage per hit or something, like, or like that has a magic, like, oh, also does like fire damage or something. Like you're also doing like a puny amount of extra damage if you get a crit. And like great. And then, oh yeah, for the mace weapons, for the hammer and the mace, I think it's like, oh, you get to reduce or bypass some amount of like enemies defense, right? Which with how the defense works in that game for the player is straight up damage reduction. Enemies never have defense stats in Skyrim. For some instead, like it kind of makes sense from a programming perspective of just like, well, if enemies would have this much damage resistance from wearing like iron or like steel plate mail, like a whole like plate mail like set of armor, instead we'll just increase their health to to match what their like expected total
It's
HP would
completely
be.
useless.
But then it's like, yeah, you have mechanics that work off of the enemy defense stats that aren't there, and it's like, cool, great. This does nothing, and you wouldn't know. You would think like, oh, like maybe even like placebo affect yourself into thinking that you're doing more damage, right? Because it's like, but like you're already doing damage for for hitting fools around with like a big warhammer, right? So like you can easily placebo affect yourself into thinking that that perk is actually useful, and it's like great, especially with like how limited perk points are in that game. Like you get one every time you level up, right? Is that how it goes?
Yeah.
Yeah. You get one, and there's so many perks for like each perk tree that it's it's like cool. You can spend one of your precious perk points on a perk that does absolutely nothing, and it's just so unobvious. And I think great. Oh, and I think maybe with like axes, there was a perk that you do some extra bleed damage, but again, that bleed only like scales off of your weapon, like your weapon like quality or whatever, and not like your actual damage. And it's like great, cool, and not even Skyrim Special Edition. Do you have? Does it fix any of these? I don't think.
Yeah.
No, I remember looking it up, and I'm like, oh yeah, did they ever add defense values in Special Edition, or like do anything to that, like change the perk so that it does something? No. It's like great, fantastic, great job, Bethesda.
Reminds reminded of how Dark Souls 3 has like no poise, which is like hit stun reduction.
It was so good.
Yeah, and the greenstone. Alright. Oh god!
Yay.
Where's my party? Are we all on the same space? Oh god, we're on the same space. What?
Huh? I didn't know the game would do that.
Okay. Oh god, we're occupying the same space at once. Oh god, we're breaking reality. Oh fuck.
It's fine. You don't have to worry about it. Just that said, I do love the mental image that they're all stacked on top of each other. Like just everyone is on everyone else's like shoulders. Recursive piggyback rides.
Just popping out of each other.
Yep.
Ah, now this is a real RPG.
All right, now your party's back. Oh, speaking of which, I actually appreciate that you do have like a whole giant ass party in this game, like 8 people total, right?
Yeah.
Like that does rule to just yeah, we have a whole giant group of people and we're gonna demolish this dungeon. All 8 of us. It'd be cool if more games did that. Even if they had a simpler presentation. It's just fun. Like, I mean, I know some popular mods for Skyrim are like, yeah, you just gotta have more than the one companion following you. You just like have a whole team like backing you up. Because I know there's even some people that play like focus on the healing spells, and they're basically just buffing, healing and buffing their party as they go in Skyrim. I like that's cute.
Yeah, there's a bug in New Vegas, imagine that, where you can basically have the whole party with you.
Oh my god.
Yeah. And there are mods to just make that work better. So if you want to do the whole party just hanging around with each other, the whole their time.
Boulders. Yippee.
Gazers.
Yeah.
That's cute.
honestly, there probably are mods that let your party members interact with each other. So, you know, just have a whole party of characters with you.
Oh,
Yep. Also, what are these
Especially new games.
things?
Oh, those are
Oh, gremlin.
gremlins.
Okay, that makes sense. Because above this say they look like evil gnomes. Like you
I,
met the gnomes in the dungeon
I
for the
actually,
Like a
fight.
gnome after midnight. This is what you get.
it's funny you say that because they steal your food.
Oh my god. They're planning to feed themselves after midnight. The bastards. The fiends.
Okay, now I'm on this altar.
Nice.
Use white stone. Oh, fuck. Hold on, let me check how I'm supposed to use these.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess you just type in the colors.
Oh, that makes sense.
Use white. Not a usable.
Is it W? Like, just type in a W or just stone W? Or W stone?
Wait, hold on. Do I have the white stone? Yes, I do.
Yes.
Use blue.
Oh my god. Uh, sorry, I just now noticed the kind naming. And just the fucking Eye of Sauron in the UK, the modern Eye of Sauron,
Yeah, the shard.
the shard. Try to make it look festive. It does not look festive, chat.
Okay.
The shard. Come on, YouTube, let me actually post this.
Post it on YouTube.
You beat me to it. I don't know why everything's running so slow here.
Oh my goodness. I hope it gets better. If not today, then tomorrow.
It's gonna
Like, this is
turn out
weird.
that, oh yeah, we're just downloading 500 gigabytes of Windows updates without telling you or something.
Yeah.
Let me look in the manual, see if I'm doing something. Get chest,
Yeah.
hold up, ignite torch, Jimmy lock, climb, locate, mix, new order, open door, Pyrrhic gem, search, talk, use, volume, wear armor, exit, yells, stats. Okay. Okay, I'm supposed to stand on the center square and then use the items according to this guide, I guess.
Oh.
Oh, I have to type stone.
Oh my god! This game.
Now I'll find 1/3 of the 3-part key. Okay.
You know what? With the season fast approaching, I had to share something that I saw on another server real quick.
Oh, look, into Dungeon Shame. I'm now in a different dungeon.
The Shay. Oh no. Not the shame one. Not Shay. uh, dealt with that too much in my life. But yeah, sharing a silly comic. Someone made a fan comic of like a Deltarune of like Nell, Chris, and Susie, like for the holidays, and just like first one's like Halloween, and like, oh, you tell Noelle that you're surprised she's enjoyed Halloween this much. Like, are you kidding? I love Halloween. It means October is finally over, and Christmas is just 2 months away. Woohoo! And then just them in the car. Chris is driving. Susie's like up front riding shotgun. Like they're both grimacing, as just on the radio. I don't want a lot for Christmas. Was Mariah Carey's face superimposed in the background of that little bubble?
Christmas
Tree.
I just want you for my own, more than you could ever know. Make my wish come true.
All I want for Christmas is you. Yeah? And but
yeah, you know.
Yeah, the third image that was great of just Susie in the middle, just looking incredibly upset and grumpy, and just like I forget the Noelle's grumpy because like Susie's dressed up as the Krampus, and Chris is I forget the name of it, but it's
Mary
the
horse skull thing.
yeah And I really love that horse skull thing, of just, what if you have to out sing a horse skull, at, like, or else it gets to come into the house and drink your booze.
White, red, purple, and orange, because this is the altar of courage, and the previous one was the altar of truth. And we got 1/3 of the 3-part key.
Nice.
Okay.
Huh.
And go east.
Opponent's hobby horse. Interesting. According to Wikipedia, the custom of the Mary Lude? Mary Wade? How do you pronounce it again? Sorry?
Mary Lude.
Mary Lude.
I don't know if that's
Lude?
actually how you pronounce it, but how I've
Ah.
heard it said, so I'm like, whatever.
Yeah, the Mary Lude.
It's Welsh, so...
well, yeah? But yeah, the custom was first recorded in 1800.
Yeah.
Huh, it seems like something that'd be like an older tradition. But like, that's
make
still
up
neat.
traditions now.
True.
Like, there's nothing wrong with just deciding, yeah,
I,
this is our tradition.
oh yeah,
That's
for
how you
sure.
go
It's
elf
just,
on the shelf, and that sucks. You know,
oh
we
yeah,
can make up good ones.
yeah. People can make up good ones.
Now
Let's see
I'm
here.
now I'm in Katovis.
Katovis.
More dungeon
Such a
minis.
delightful name. Nice. Oh, you know what? What is a? Is there a like a name for a monster with two heads as like a thing? I
It,
forget if that is a traditional thing or just like a more modern monster idea.
well, these are Ettins.
And God, speaking of that, shout out to the Binacorn. That I think in folklore is like tends to be evil, maybe. Because what if the unicorn but it had a second horn? It was fucked up.
And acted like a jackass all the time.
Yeah. Huh? Sorry, I tried looking up Binacorn and like maybe I'm spelling it wrong. And I think so. Because the first thing, maybe I'm spelling it right, is that first link is to look up Garrow on the Adventure Zone wiki. Thank you. There was it. Oh yeah, I forgot to name the the add-on, the extension, whatever. But I had on Firefox that like, hey, it's like, hey, you can look this up on a wiki that isn't fandom wiki, and I'm like, thank you. Um, like God, I haven't thought about that in forever. Yeah, okay, yeah, it's Binacorn. Why is the first result the Adventure Zone? That that arc, that like campaign came out like 20 fucking 17 to 18 or around there. Get out of here.
Bats.
Oh, okay, it's Bicorn, not Binacorn. But then again, you can see where I would get confused. Uh, does Wikipedia have an article about it? Like, you feel like that would be a thing, but I only saw one for unicorn in the search, not bicorn. Let's see one. Weird. But yeah, I know the bicorn makes an appearance in Dungeon Meshi, which is great. Like, they're planning on eating it as they do in Dungeon Meshi because they're like running out of food, and they're like okay guys, like well this is like all right, like unicorns, are like attracted to purity, while bicorns attracted to like impurity and like sin and everything. So we need to be like as sinful as possible to get to attract this thing to us, and then like they find out more about Chilchuck and like that he's estranged with his wife, and they're like hold him up like, hey, this guy's like like an asshole and he's divorced. Like, come on, don't you want to get closer? God, that whole chapter was great. Partially because like Chilchuck's whole thing. I mean, he has a lot of things to be honest, but one is that for the longest time he wanted to be just not really talk about his like personal life, not really make friends. Like for the longest time for him, working in this like little like you know adventuring party is just a job. He's like, no, I don't want to explain anything about my personal life to people. But then even a little bit happens. Like, oh yeah, I'm estranged with my wife, and then like Marcel's like perfectly clocks exactly what happened to him, and he's like, "Oh my god, did she meet my wife?" And it's just the funniest thing of just like, it's so good. Please read Dungeon Meshi.
My wife.
God, fucking Borat. But God, it's just also just so funny of just Chilchuck being. I mean, he has the most like he's technically not divorced. They're just estranged, but also he hasn't seen his wife in years. Uh, so it's like he is the most divorced man in that whole in that God in the whole manga. Like I don't think anyone else is divorced or remotely like that. It's just him. He's the divorced man.
I'd like to point out they seem to be using energy field from one of the water tiles.
Oh yeah, I've noticed that too. Like it's going vertical instead of up and down. I wonder if that's like anything special, like to show you there's a puzzle, like a hidden floor tile, or it just to, for the visual sake of like, oh, everything's like going down the drain or flowing downwards or something.
Okay, I guess we skipped that guy.
Yeah, that gazer is just like, nah, I'm good. It avoided the fight with you.
This seems like a big RPG party. I don't want to be part of this.
Yeah. Just like, nah, I'm good. I'll just not fight them. Which, God, sorry, I remember what little my experience with Basic Edition D&D was while going through the tutorial as just a one-woman party with like my ex-girlfriend and just going through the stats and the skills and all that, and it's like, oh, charisma. You can roll charisma when you encounter monsters. Sometimes they'll just not fight you because you're just really charismatic or like whatever, and it's just really funny. Like imagine like ho ho ho, we're hobgoblins. We're gonna fucking rob you. Ho ho, and then it's like, oh, hello. Hot? No, what? I'll leave you be. Just like, just describing it of just, oh, your charisma. They just leave you be. Like they're just like, nah. It's just a really funny way to put it. And also strength with only, other than like attacking things with like melee weapons, your only skill with strength with like breaking doors, which is really funny to me.
Yeah, skills were a weird thing.
Oh yeah. Yeah, even in basic edition, like they barely had any skills in what I saw of basic edition. Like
they had the thing. Yeah, these were the only ones with skills, basically.
yeah.
And
No,
that.
I can.
Oh,
Go ahead.
sorry. That basically remained true until like 3rd edition. Although.
Yeah, that is pretty much the case.
Although original version, the original was anyone could use skills because the thief class didn't really exist.
Oh, but yeah, I think it got introduced in Greyhawk
Yes.
expansion.
Yep.
Wait, God, what? Sorry, I was trying to look up original there. No, a basic edition D&D, and I'm getting like, oh, here's a link, and I had the chat window for the YouTube stream up, and it was kind of blocking it, but I'm like, oh, let me see. And then look, no, it's not there. And actually, what the hell? The link I clicked on was for the overcomplicated D&D 5e wiki. The fuck? like, like, please, I want to know Basic Edition. Why? Okay, let me. Okay, I use another search engine. No, let me fucking go. We'll just Google this shit and use Google. Maybe you will actually do what I want you to do. Because sometimes things get weird. No, the first link is still skills overcomplicated D&D 5e wiki. The fuck? No, I don't want 5e. Just give me Basic Edition. Please. Or maybe I search D&D Basic rules. Basic. God damn it! No, that's for 5e, right? Because I see a link, but it's like, yeah, that's 5e. God. God. No, I wish Wizards of the Coast kept. I wish I could just go to them for this information. But I know they basically get rid of any like rules for like and even like reference material for any edition of the game that isn't the shiny newest one. Like right off the bat, like they were willing to get rid of the original 5e rules because they came out with 5.5 edition basically, and it's like until people yelled at them enough to like keep the old rules, and it's like, oh god. Anyway, I'll think about that later. Still incredibly frustrating. But yeah, no, more bees. It's hip to be square.
I mean, everyone in this game is basically a square.
Yeah. I mean, the more rectangles, but yes. Goodness. God. Now, speaking of original D&D for a second, I forget which expansion to original D&D that added alternative rules for how damage works. But basically, in the original ass D&D, like every weapon attack just did 1d6 damage, not with like just 1d6. Like I don't know if there's even like a modifier due to strength or anything. And that's just like really wild because I think I mentioned this before, but like daggers in original edition, you just get to attack twice with them. To no penalty or nothing, no lower damage die. Just you get to make 2d6 attacks with them, or two 1d6 attacks, and like nothing else got to use that, and there's pole arms, but they didn't get any benefit for reach. Actually, they got a penalty, because according to Gary Gygax, pole arms are slow weapons to use. So you'd only get to attack once every other turn. Like a slacking from Pokemon. But it's like, but you didn't get any benefit. Like you didn't get any reach.
Gary Gygax described it, like slacking from Pokemon.
Yeah.
It's like 70s or so.
60s.
Talking about.
Yeah, no, it's weird.
Yeah. It's weird he didn't just make Pokemon if he knew about it.
He didn't have the technology. Also, God, I would hate to see what Gary Gygax would make for Pokemon. It's It's like there's just some Pokemon that it's morally good to just kill them all, actually. God, it would have been Pal World, but like fantasy RPG styled instead of like you give them guns. You give Pikachu like a sword, and now he has to fight in your army. Your
Well,
army
actually,
of
you
little
want to give
guys.
Pikachu a dagger because it
Ah,
lets him attack 4 times as many times as a pole arm.
yeah. God, just your incredibly busted army of Pikachu's with daggers and short bows. Because short bows also got to attack twice in a turn, uh, d- which I don't understand. But like, okay, okay, Carrie. Oh yeah, and the fun thing of original edition is that once your character got to level 10, you just got an army. You just got like a platoon of dudes. No matter what class you were, you just
You just got an
suddenly had
army of
dudes.
Pikachus.
Just suddenly have an army of Pikachu's. Surprisingly, the army of Snorlax isn't as good because s- probably Gary would be like, "Oh, they can't equip daggers. They're too big. The daggers would be too tiny." So yeah, you just want the army of Pikachu. Uh, that learn the spell Double Team. Uh, to raise their evasion. Uh, but God. That is incredibly silly thinking about that, especially since recently watching a video, oh boy, about that, like the final, like one of the final articles for, in like the Dragon magazine or whatever, that was like, oh, here's some extra stuff for, Dungeons and Dragons, and like, and this is like after the last officially published expansion for like original Dungeons and Dragons came out, and it's like, what if you could add women as a player characters? And it's like,
No, Gygax, no.
and, I, yeah, actually, it wasn't Gygax, surprisingly.
Oh,
Uh,
seriously blaming him.
yeah, right. It's just some other guy who just is like, I think that magazine was basically like, yeah, if you write anything and send it to us, we'll just publish it. And like is very incomplete in a lot of ways. Uh, but yeah, it's very much obnoxious where it's just like, yeah, women get access to women-only spells like that make them into like evil seductresses, and lawful and neutral cleric women can never use the charm the women like their feminine charms. And it's,
Yeah.
and some of them could potentially be pretty busted for what they did. Like, oh, you just sort of like woo like enemies, and they can't attack, and they're just like, whoa, pretty lady for like a few turns until attacked or whatever. And it's
The thing
like,
is, it works on all enemies. Even, like, enemy monsters that are always female.
God,
I don't know if this actually is the case, but you know.
God, that'd be funny if it was.
It's because you would never think of this.
They really
It's
wouldn't.
like the default, well, of course, every character in this game,
Is a man.
default a man, even when there's evidence to the contrary.
Yeah. That said, oh, one of those spells was a doozy, and it's I don't want to say implications, but it's like it was very, technically it is implications of what they're suggesting will happen. Where it's like, oh, you can seduce, and it's like,
Yeah, you don't
that
have
that
to
one's
say
bad.
it.
Yeah. No, I will say one part of it. It gets worse, but here's one part of it where it's like, oh, you can seduce like monsters, and it like lists some of them off, like the final one being like centaurs and like werewolves, both forms, but only werebear, but only in the human form, which is fascinating. Like fascinating like boundaries of what the creator was into. But also it's like, oh, on a like if they save or if
Okay,
they're whatever.
you don't.
Huh?
Yeah, it goes places. It goes some very bad places, and not just describing what it works on.
Yeah. Oh, okay. If you no, I won't say it if you don't want me to. That was just one part that wasn't like the worst one. But like, yeah, it sucks, and it's like great, and also just like, oh yeah, another thing that is that's more cringe than like awful, was that it's like, oh, for your female classes, like they leveled up differently, like they had straight up different like exp tables for like when they leveled up and everything, and it was often just like worse, or it's like, okay, they get to level up quicker, but their like HP values are like worse, or their attack values get worse. And like a whole bizarre thing going on there. And oh yeah, speaking of that, like there's or speaking of how it was incomplete, to go back to that, it's like, oh, like even female fighters get to use spells, but they don't get given spell slots or anything. So it's like, how does that work? Because the spells they can cast are the like
They
feminine
spells,
charm.
you can't cast it.
Yeah, like, and you need to have like, if you're a female fighter, you need to have like a stupidly high like charisma score to be able to cast the spells, but they don't give you spell slots at all. And also, it's so weird because it treats like, seducing people by being pretty as like
Literal magic.
as literal magic. And oh yeah, they didn't even have charisma unless you were a cleric, because the female characters get a beauty score, which is like,
Did you not get comeliness?
yeah, there was comeliness, and it's like, you think that's what they would just add that on, but no.
Actually, your charisma isn't how hot you are. Your comeliness is.
And that was a
Yeah,
real thing in like some
It's
expansions,
a real thing.
but they didn't use
I
it
don't
for
know
some
why
reason.
it's a real thing, but like the adding a stat which explicitly was used to determine how hot your character was. It's like, huh?
Unearthed
God.
Arcana. That was it.
Would that have been Earth Arcana? I thought that was like a 3rd edition thing. Oh no, wait, no, there was. I think there was earlier
Unearthed
edition.
Arcana books as early as 2nd edition.
Okay, yeah, 2nd edition.
I don't know
That
about
makes
first
sense.
edition, but you know.
Yeah, because I know there's like a big like fan like zine movement, and just like official zine movement for like D&D that really helped it along, and like people are publishing all sorts of their own home brews and fixes. And sorry, I remember like I shared it in this server, but like there is a woman with the coolest name ever, Lee Gold, who like she came from like the sci-fi like space of sci-fi fantasy like fiction and all that, and like that community, and she's like, oh hey, D&D's cool, and like like helped published a fanzine that was even like she published it in a pretty like revolutionary way for the time, that like allowed it, it was like actually also published in like hobby shops, right, like on the hobby, on the magazine racks there. and like a lot of like people posted there, including like would be future developers for like all sorts of different games like Tunnels and Trolls and Rune Quest and like a lot more, and it's God just I was just thinking about that for a second because unfortunately remembered she had the displeasure of meeting Gary Gygax once.
Yeah,
Right.
that encounter Gary Gygax,
Gygax?
the worst one on that table.
Yeah, because he met her and like, hey, I'm looking for Lee Gold, like, oh, is your like, oh, are you Miss Gold? It's like, is your husband around? I'm looking for Lee Gold. I'm like, oh, that's me. And he's stunned, and he just like waits a bit, like, and he's like, you're a woman? And it's like, yes, you're a woman. And it's like, oh, no, what? Yeah, mm-hmm. Yeah, nice meeting you.
Yeah.
Bye. And just like it's just dumbfounded because like Lee Gold's work really was vitally important to D&D like succeeding. Like it really helped its reach expand, and also it helped because a lot of people looked at Gary Gygax's roles and were like, "Oh, this sucks. We need to like fix this." And like a lot of people putting their own homebrews to like fix things and like make it work better, which is also just really funny. Of like the old one of the oldest traditions of D&D, people looking at D&D rules and be like, "This sucks." like
It's a
wait.
long tradition of people looking at Gary Gygax's rules and going, man, what was he thinking? And of course, just D&D house rules in general.
Oh yeah. And people talking about game design and stuff, just really help people get into the hobby and stay in it. That sense of community there. So like that's really cool, but like God, it's still just really funny of just the unfortunate encounter of Gary Gygax. We don't have a random encounters chat like channel in the guy naming. I'm gonna put that in boss battle.
Yeah.
I think
You
as
could
just
fight Gary Gygax. Do you think we need a random encounters channel? Like, I don't know. We have
I don't
way
know.
too many channels as it
We
is.
do. We really do.
Just
But
tend to focus on boss battles, right?
yeah, yeah, just random encounter Gary Gygax. Because oh boy, the fact that he met like someone who helped. Oh yeah, and at one point in time, uh, they actually got like but Wizard's Coast. It wasn't Wizard's Coast yet. It was TSR. They got upset at like her like magazine because like there were people like, oh man, these rules like have a whole bunch of problems, huh? And then Gary was like, oh, it's so easy for people who not making art to just be critical and criticize like the people who are making like games, and it's like there's so many people who became developers who were actively participating in that zine. And it's just like really funny in hindsight to be like, oh, it's so easy. Like you're not actually making anything. You're just being critical of like
Turns out,
cool
no,
art.
we're being critical and going, actually, I think I can do better.
Yeah. Like it's just so funny.
Apparently, speaking of that mindset, apparently the Yick updates has that.
The Yick.
Yuck. Oh.
Oh, a bunch
Yuck.
of ships.
Oh boy. Huh, I didn't know there's ship combat. Oh, yeah, okay, for a second.
Ship combat.
Yeah, the ship combat like this. I thought they were gonna shoot you with cannons or something.
They did.
Oh,
second
okay, they
there.
can. Goodness. God. Sorry, it's so funny hearing of Yick update.
Yeah, because you look at the game and go, yick.
Yeah, so the thing about Yik is, originally it was significantly worse than it is now.
Impressive.
Ah, it's the point there was like a major overhaul that made it at least somewhat playable. It's still not good. It made the game a bit more playable. It changed one specific boss fight, the llama one. If you've seen it, you
Gold,
know
the golden
the one
alpaca.
where like
Yeah.
so right after this like dramatic scene where I think a character like reveals that their entire life has been a deception, like they've just lied to you about everything regarding themselves, like lays their soul bare, and it's like a scene that's intended to be very genuinely tragic, and then the boss of that dungeon immediately swoops in and is a golden llama that speaks in memes
Oh.
constantly. Just like there's
Oh.
just like llama that attacks you and goes tacos lol.
Yeah, when
Oh.
And then they remade that so it's like a vaguely llama themed angel who nonetheless like actually does say things that make sense within the context of the plot. Ah, yeah.
Yeah. Doesn't help that like they named it Yick. I mean, I think it's supposed to be Y2K, but still, it it looks like Yick with how it's stylized.
also calls
Which is,
itself postmodern when it's really not.
I mean, a lot of people don't know what modernism or postmodernism actually means. They just sort of slap it onto things.
Yeah.
Though, to be honest, my brain gets stuck on whenever I think about modernism, postmodernism, of like a silly chart someone made ages ago. That's uh, like classical, like man versus nature, like modern man versus like God, and postmodern man versus like himself or like the reader or something like that. And then like I have seen edits of that that just get sillier with it. And unfortunately, that like mental image always comes to mind when I think about like postmodern uh art. God. Oh no, since you mentioned that, my brain's like, no, I suddenly remember people who claimed that like even Evangelion was a deconstruction of mecha anime, and it's like no, like mecha anime can just do that. It can just do that. It's just like
Oh
that
yeah.
sometimes. And it's like it's not a deconstruction. It's very much like hell. Like I think Tequila Zaku said, it's like this is basically Ultraman, but what if you pilot the Ultraman instead of becoming him? And like, what if you did that? And also like all the Christian imageries because Anna loves Ultraman, and the original Ultraman was created by like a Catholic guy, so he just sort of put like Christian imagery all like throughout there in places.
Yeah, gotta get these ships into a choke point.
Yeah, it's really funny that you have to do this because I'm like, I didn't know that people had cannons in this game, like on their ships. Because it's like you don't have any cannons, right? Like you
No,
can't
I have cannons.
retaliate. Oh, you do? Oh, is it just easier to just fight the mono a mono?
No, I chip stuff is weird
Oh,
because the cannons only fire out from the side for some reason.
Shipping and cannon? What is this? A fandom?
Like, like well, 3 did not have that restriction.
oh, huh. That's weird. Cause you think like the older game would, but like, God. Also, shipping and cannon.
Yeah.
Great. My mind's trying to think of a joke here, but for some reason, it's stuck on Homestuck of all things.
Yeah.
And it's
Honestly, I'm thinking of the fan-made album. I think it's called Shipping Wars, which is
like,
mostly just Homestuck-themed covers of existing songs.
oh, that's fun.
I think that's where Carcalicious comes from. Which, like, nobody remembers Fergalicious nowadays, but if you go 4, 3... if you start that around a Homestuck fan, they'll go, no, stop.
Goodness. God. I always think of the for Homestuck fan music. I've seen it in a couple videos, but like the like where like yeah, I think it's like set to like the song Footwork or something, where it's like their arms are like they're kind of like looking like they're in like a kind of a shrug, and their arms are like bending upwards and downwards. Like I forget what. There's often something to the side of them that they're saying, but I forget what it is. Oh, maybe I can look it up.
God, was that the name of the album? Was that the name of a...
Stock.
God, I don't know. I swear
Where?
there's an album called that.
Wait, oh my god. Homestuck Triple Baka.
Yeah.
Sorry, I tried
I
looking
know the
up something.
exact one that you're talking about now. There's a whole bunch of fan-made Homestuck music. To the
Yeah.
point that a lot of it actually just ended up being added to the comic as it went on.
Yeah.
Like, I think about the only fandom that has more fan-based music would have to be My Little Pony. And that was a
Yeah.
whole weird... Oh, right, I just get an advert when I click this.
Yeah,
I hate all
I hate
adverts.
that. Yeah, we should destroy all adverts
Yeah.
for real. Fucking sucks.
The thing is, like, nowadays I can say we should destroy capitalism, and everyone just goes, yeah, actually, you're right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so true,
Yeah,
Bessie.
this is the exact video I was thinking of.
God, no, I haven't
Yeah. So
watched this.
when you said triple back, I'm like, oh, I know the one.
Yeah, I'm not. You know, I haven't played Pathologic, but like, shout out to someone making triple healers, triple Baka parody, and like instead of a phone, there's just a guy holding a knife, which is like, yeah, that tracks.
The guy
but
holding a knife.
Guy holding a knife. Very important.
I know next to nothing about Pathologic.
It's fucking. It's a lot. It's a lot. It's like I've seen like one person I follow who streams like sometimes plays it, but I'm like, look, that's something I want to play by myself to like fully digest what the hell's happening here, because there's a lot. It's a lot. Like there's weird like, you know, like you start, especially since Pathologic 2 is just a remake of Pathologic 1. but missing one of the campaigns. And people are like, "Oh, are they gonna update it to add it in?" And then instead of getting news on
every
that,
sequel removes a campaign until they release a game where you have no control at all. The game just plays itself.
maybe the future, because they've announced a Path of Logic 3, and it's gonna. I can only imagine instead of like just adding in the third like campaign that the third character you can play as to the second game, they're just gonna make a whole new game, and it's like this seems like a really bad way to make a game for a remake of your original game. But okay, sure, you can do that, I guess.
And it's gonna be a Flash game. Shout out to Flash games for being like, well, not being great, being interesting.
Yeah,
There's a lot of really interesting horror Flash games
Yeah.
because
yeah.
Flash was a good program. Was.
I mean, kinda, yeah. And I think more, I would say more important than being good, it was very accessible.
Oh yeah, that was the main, like, it was easy to pick up. So
Oh
people
yeah.
made all kinds of nonsense in it. Why am I getting so many followers in Blue Sky now? I think I've been added to a list.
Oh boy, poison. Raya!
Oh dear.
Cure us of poison! Yeah, this is pretty much the only way to cure poison in this game.
Oh dear. One at a time as well.
Yep. Also, Ultima 5 would, like, introduce... Well, okay, this game technically does have items, but Ultima 5 would have, like, potions and stuff like that.
Huh. Weird.
Yeah, if you want an indication of how old this series is, use Skull.
Use
Cast
the
the
skull.
Skull of Mondane into the Abyss. That gives you
Hooray.
a bunch of points in all virtues.
Yeah.
Yippee.
Then
Okay.
you're like, well, we better find more skulls to throw into more packs. Everyone's like that.
Yeah.
Now, you use the bell. Bell rings on and on. Use
Apparently.
book.
Okay.
Words resonate with the ringing. Use candle.
Ah, big bell candle.
As you light the candle, the earth trembles. Enter the
Classic
great Stygian
exorcism.
abyss.
Stygian. But yeah, so a book, a bell, and a candle is basically the three things that you need to perform an exorcism. Anything else, that's just, set dressing.
Now let's rest. Because we got fucked up on the way in.
Yeah.
Here's the final dungeon.
Can we please play some music for this?
Dun.
Oh dear.
What is a good soundtrack?
Fine.
No, what? Like, there has to be some other fantasy game that we can,
Final Fantasy.
like, yeah. I mean, God, like, how many? I need to look up when Final Fantasy first came out.
Final Fantasy came out significantly after this game, if I recall.
Yeah.
A good few years.
Yep, 1987 was Final Fantasy 1.
Oh, I just thought of a good Final Fantasy song.
Nice.
Oh, 1985. For
Oh!
Ultima, of course. That was only 2 years after this.
Yeah, but it's... Yeah. God. When did the first Ultima came out then?
Well, let's find out.
was
Ultima
it-
1, released in June of 1981.
Ah,
Although, I
there's
believe there were
Akabev?
games before that in the Akabev.
Ah.
Is that an Ultima or Wizardry one?
Okay, yeah, I found it.
Huh, release timeline main series is in bold. Yeah, it's Ultima.
Yeah. Calabath came out in 1979. Developers include Richard Garriott, so yeah, that would be a precursor to it.
This is a good song.
Alright.
Alright,
Oh yeah, post it in the the Discord chat so that we can also hear
I did.
if it doesn't come through. Oh, okay, my bad. Oop.
I think
Oh.
you can play it and it will play in the Discord.
Yeah. Ah, Final Fantasy VIII. Never played that one, but I do know that's the one with Guardian Force, aka GFs.
Oh yeah. Oh god, the lava is moving towards us. Oh god.
yeah, it makes us strong.
Yeah. Shout out to strong GFs.
Hope you get yourself a GF. They really had to abbreviate it to that, didn't they?
Yeah. Like I don't even know if that would have been common back when that came out. But it's like it's if anything, it's a happy coincidence though.
Run through the lava! Go! 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 Also, the Stygian Abyss is the place where the first Ultima Underworld is. It is
Huh.
different in that game for, well, plot reasons. Well, reasons that are established in Ultima 5, basically, but yeah. Significantly less lava.
Nice.
Okay, just cross the wooden bridge over lava.
It's always fun doing that.
I wonder if the stream can hear music I'm playing. Like, not the...
Now let me mute myself and find out.
Okay, I'm now playing... Probably should have gone with something more climactic.
Live Joe, like, I can't. I unmuted the YouTube stream and I straight up cannot hear the music. That's weird because usually, like, a lot of people are like, man, no, it'd be nice if I can listen to some music and like stream or like without or like be able to independently change it because OBS will pick up literally everything on the that's happening, so it pick up all the audio at once. But like here, it's
That's weird.
huh? Yeah, that's bizarre.
Okay. Hydras? Oh, we were standing on lava.
Not great.
Yeah, forest lava. Yeah, apparently a few days ago someone added me to a Blue Sky list called Interesting Top Posters, and I have no idea why.
Huh?
Because all I do isn't just, just, reposting other people's, or reskeeting other people's posts, is mostly talk about how capitalism needs to be destroyed.
Yeah.
Which, to be fair, on that site is a pretty popular consensus. Yeah. I did
Yeah.
post about other things.
Wait. Oh. Okay.
It's just my original posts tend to get zero traction, and then like I reskeet something and everyone likes it.
Yeah. Yeah, I know that feeling.
Sorry, I scrolled past the Nutcracker. It's like
But
ballet dancers in the rat outfits.
it's so good.
And every time I see that, I'm like, oh yeah, I need to link this somewhere.
It's so good.
Like I posted it in a wargaming chat, and it's this like average Skaven main.
Go, 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 go!
Oh dear.
Go, go, go! Through the lava! Through the lava! Ugh. Well, this is pretty brutal so far.
Goodness.
Yeah. Oh man, I just realized. Layer Ultimate games, like, don't really give you. Oh, this is a room.
Yep, this is a room.
That H is sleep tiles, and those blues are just energy fields.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone's going to blame me for doing that.
Uh-huh.
Okay, way more manageable.
Nice. Oh, also might as well post this for background music. Oh.
Probably my most popular original post, just me screen capping the pinned messages in one of the Isekai naming chat, like in the quest channel. Just because I had 4 of them in a row that just paint a very odd picture.
Uh,
Find out who killed Mido. Accumulate enough ghost points. Get into heaven.
Hooray.
Hooray!
Sorry, just getting distracted by the fucking Okami fan art
Hi,
of just
Breasty. I mean, Breasty.
God.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
That,
like
that literally does happen.
God. Yeah. It
Yeah.
really does.
You think Isun ever realized we went to the past?
No.
Guys, I think we might have gone to the past. Wait, no. This is just normal.
Oops. Accidentally walked someone into a sleep tile.
As one does.
Son of a.
Mido's fate is still really funny.
Yeah, I've never actually watched that video because I feel it's funnier not to.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Oh. Yeah, just trimmer these bitches. Okay, that took out like half of them.
You know, apparently my most popular post of all time is the... You know The Simpsons, could you imagine a world without lawyers? But with just captioned world without CEOs.
God, yeah.
Yeah, God. No, it's speaking of that real quick. It's also wild. It's so wild that the one guy, right, the one CEO got assassinated, but then also learning that they replaced him within 2 days, like
The guy who
immediately.
went, yeah, we're just gonna keep doing the same. And
And
that's
it's
why you
like,
can't just keep killing billionaires, because like, you can't keep, no, not necessarily billionaires, you can't keep killing CEOs, because there's always going to be more of them. You need to destroy the system.
Oh, yeah.
This
yeah,
is why political parties generally don't go, yeah, we should just kill every CEO one at a time. Because they achieve very much. There's only like a finite amount of times you can really practically do that.
yeah,
Like, there is specifically a pamphlet that the political party I'm part of has, which is basically condemning individual terrorism, which is like, hey, no matter how much you think it helps the party, don't just find a CEO and gun them down in the streets, because odds are that's not going to make people sympathetic to your cause.
yeah. Sorry, it's really funny that like it's just filmed out there, like they're expecting like anyone from your party to like Like,
Listen,
okay, time.
had you met some people who join political parties?
True, but like, God,
Oh, I
sorry.
didn't
It's
mean.
like, if it becomes necessary, that's a thing that you would have to go, okay, this is the plan now. You wouldn't
Yeah,
do that individually of your own accord. Yeah, I just decided I'm gonna do this.
yeah,
Because if you are, then that's one, you're probably going insane, and two, it's very likely not going to help in any manner.
yeah.
Find the actual. What is it? I'm gonna see
Uh,
if I can find the text of this online so that I can make the point rather than just going, this is a thing.
yeah,
There we are. Yeah, I think this is. Yeah, I recognize that name, so. This isn't the political party that I'm part of or anything, this is just like a general thing, which has apparently been posted on Marxist.net, which, those are just out there.
yeah. I'm sorry. It's just really funny because saying it like that almost makes me think of like Marxism online, like those old like like AOL like type like ads or whatever but yeah,
No, I
not
can just link
America.
the actual.
Oh boy.
Yeah, there's more in depth articles here, but it's basically like, yeah, you don't just go out there and start shooting people you don't like, because what you need is systemic change, not like nobody would mourn Elon Musk if someone gunned him down in the street. I'm not saying this is a thing I'm planning to do. In fact, it's not a thing I think anyone should do. But like, the thing is, just he's not uniquely terrible.
Yeah, he's a
Like, you
symptom.
would end up with someone just as bad as him who fills that vacuum as long as the system incentivizes that kind of person to exist. Like, I'm using Elon Musk as an example because there's a lot of people who would say, would the world really be worse without him? And I'm not saying it wouldn't necessarily be a better world. I'm just saying, like, as long as the systems exist that make this kind of person. And that system being, of course, capitalism, exploitation.
Yeah. That said, though, I will. It's very fascinating the manufactured like concern. I guess how political this made people in the general of being like, "Fuck that guy," fuck health insurance companies, even left and right in the U.S. because just so many people suffer from it, and like on the news, like, oh, people are shocked that this has happened, and I'm like,
No, we're
ooh,
not.
no one's
Well,
It's
like
pretty
shocked.
inevitable given the conditions, like the actual material conditions of the world.
well,
And
shocked
yeah.
that a guy was successful, but doesn't mean that people
Yes.
hate it. You
Within a
know.
Yeah.
day, I saw an edit of like news footage spliced together with "He had it coming, he had it coming, he had it coming all along," like from
God.
Chicago
Yeah.
Musical.
Yeah. God, that's wild. And it's
Cell Block Tango.
Okay.
but yeah, people,
This is the
like I've been
chorus
like
from it. There's so much going on in that song.
Okay.
Yeah, I never saw the actually that the musical, but like I've definitely have heard of it, obviously. But like, yeah, no, that is like wild, and it's the fact that like, you know, there's all this news and people like, oh, how dare anyone, even make light of this situation because that's
Oh.
violence, and violence is the worst thing ever.
Left are laughing at this. And then people in the comments on the site saying it going, hey, I just realized your entire business model needs us to hate each other.
Yeah, and I mean, I've been speaking more of just even people on the like, okay, left by American left. So you have to understand. I mean, centrist and center right. Uh, like like how dare anyone think make light of the situation? Violence is the worst thing ever, and it's like, what about all the people dying from like how these health insurance companies will deny people everything, even if it's like their life depends on it. We'll just keep denying them everything. Is that not violence? It's a different kind, but it still like leads to people suffering, and it's like, is that not violence? Is that okay? Or like even like an article that was like, oh, like this is a sign of America being fucked up, and it's like, what about Palestine? Like, hey, what about that? Or what about anything else? Or like, there's so many I could get into, but it's like, like so much violence happening. It's like, but this is the thing that's bad. That's like the unforgivable modern American sin. Like, okay, weirdo.
As thou doth approach, a voice rings out. What virtue doth stem from truth? Honesty. The voice says, use thy stone. Blue. Changes before thine eyes. Okay, continue.
Okay, sorry. The weird tangent to go into talking about like the ills of claim the ills of America of people making jokes about some rich bastard who's ruined people's lives for years, getting got. To jump into that, but yeah. Yeah, no, it's just really wild to see in real time, like, hell, just people even sharing more about, like, what was it? Yeah, from Ingalls of social murder, of just like, hey, maybe if society lets people die in mass, that's bad. That should be considered murder. If like, their lives could be helped, but they're just not for like the sake of profits. And yeah, no, it's just wild. Just overall, in general, people being like, yeah, no, fuck that guy. And God, I forgot why we got into this conversation. I think I was the reason for it. But, goodness. Anyway, imagine if the world was a better place. Wouldn't that be great?
Yeah. It's like I've met so many people when I'm out doing political stuff who seem convinced no, the world cannot possibly be better than it is now. It's like, well, you're also the same people who are saying, oh, it was so much better 20 years ago, and until the small boats arrived, or whatever stupid thing they're harping on about this week. But it's like, how can you not realize you want a better world?
Yeah.
Maybe we should improve things somewhat?
Yeah.
Instead of just blaming other people and then never fixing anything?
Yeah. But no, no, I kind of feel like I wanted to change the topics, just because, gosh, it just you mentioning that, I even remember talking to like my sister, who self-describes herself as a leftist, but is very like can be very neoliberal about things, including like some things that just come off as no, the world's always going to be terrible, and it's like I don't think that helps anyone, even yourself, to just be like, no, the world's just always going to be bad. So it's like still just absolutely wild to hear, but like great. I know there's something that was actually good, but some good news. But my brain's blanking on what it was. Damn. Love having a brain. Love brain fog. But gosh, great. Sorry for all this dead air as I try to come up with a new topic to talk about. But now what? Here's, it's sort of related to gaming and and stuff. Shout out to the former, great. I keep forgetting how you pronounce the company, but the company that made Disco Elysium. I'm glad that a lot of those workers went out to make a new studio that's employee owned and are just yes, no, we're being big commies over here, and our comrades that are part of other studios, I hope you're all doing good, or come join us. That'd be cool. Yeah. No, it is very silly that it is, unfortunately, there's several companies okay, there's two companies that are hey, we're actually made up of former employees from this that made up Disco Elysium. And I know one is made from the money people who kind of who their modeling did not help with the studio, but are oh, we're also from that studio as well. We have our own company.
Yeah.
And it's with people who worked on Disco Elysium, but they don't say any names.
Yeah, of course they don't. It's worked on what?
All right, which people who worked on Disco Elysium? Don't worry about it. It's fine. Yeah. Which is kind of funny. I'm just imagining the three splinter groups of air quotes former Disco Elysium devs, only two of which actually have Disco Elysium devs. One of which is mostly former Bungie devs, but has some former Disco Elysium devs in there. And then the worker owned one that's very openly doing the communist thing. Which, shout out to Disco Elysium and the one check that's no, you can't be a centrist about this. You're either pony up and
say or I don't remember how it phrases it. It's just
do the commie thing or do the fascist thing. I don't know the exact phrasing, but it's basically
the phrasing is say either one of these communist things or fascist things or fuck off.
Yeah, that.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. And it's
the exact text, but I think it's just that.
Yeah, it's so good because it's even if you're playing this game and maybe you weren't that political, and it's hey, you choose the commie thing or the fascist thing or fuck off, and then it's fuck, I guess I have to say, I bet you there's people who played it who played it and were I guess I'm doing the commie thing because I really don't want to say the fascist thing because that sucks, right?
Yeah.
And that probably opened up at least some people's eyes to to things where it's huh. Yeah. Then again, I still remember the the Redditor. I was oh, no, I'm not gonna do a funny voice for this guy. His own actions are funny enough. Of just oh, I tried playing Disco Elysium, and I try to be a centrist in every game I play, but here it seemed it was it made fun of me. It was hostile for that. And there's one choice where I literally couldn't be centrist, and wow.
The thing is, it's this choice that we just talked about
Mhm.
here, yeah, the game is saying, hey, you can't pick the middle ground on everything because sometimes there isn't a middle ground.
Yeah, it's like pony up and pick one. Cause like, look, we're not gonna. Don't waste our time or your time. Pony up and pick one. Like,
Okay.
this is it.
As thou doth approach, a voice rings out. What virtue doth stem from love and passion? Use thy stone. Yellow. Descend to level 3. Okay, level
Alright,
3.
we just went up a level. We just went down a level. Yes, I know. Order can stick.
I mean, that is.
It's literally the first strip in the comic.
Oh, that's so funny. I didn't know that. I was gonna more say that's an actual issue of D&D that it's kind of gone on for a while. That even in first edition D&D, that wasn't just an expansion for the chainmail game. Was like, hey, you know what? We could do something about this and give it different names so it's less confusing. But nah, people get used to it, and it's like Gary Gygax, you stupid motherfucker. You're like, oh, we could fix this problem right now, right here, right now. Here's some names, we alternate names for like like enemy ranks, spell like spell power or something like that. Like, oh, we could do that.
We could just call the levels dungeons floors.
Yeah, and it's like we could. We're not going to. And it's like this is this is like the worst game design principles ever. Of like, oh, we could just do the thing that everyone would want, which is make things easier to understand, so that no one ever gets tripped up on on these words. But like, no, we refuse to.
There we go.
Yeah, I think
Nice.
they're doing the whole thing that happened with us where a bunch of guys were in one square.
Yeah. Oh yeah, this comic's cute. I was gonna post it to the YouTubes. No, I'll just read the dialogue from the first 3 panels of it, in case anyone haven't read it yet. Of like, just one guy thinking, "At last, the stairs down." Someone else like, "Oh, that goblin cleric was worth 1,000 XP," and then then they verbalizing like, "Oh, time to go down." Like the guy's like, "Oh, time to go down a level." The girl's like, "Time to go up a level," but it's like, Up a level," but we already did that. Like, and then she says, "Oh, sure, now we do it again." But why? What's up a level? Like, oh, more sneak attack, and it's like them arguing more of like what? We'll get sneak attacked if we go up a level, and it's like yeah, like this is it's a silly thing that comes up sometimes. It's like they could have solved it in first edition, Advanced Dungeons and Dragons, but they didn't want to. And it's like, and then no one else did. Like, in third edition they could have, or second edition, or what by ever the time Gary Gygax stopped being a part of, one of the writers for the games. Like, they could have just fixed it. Like, no, wait, that would have been the better thing. Let's go with that. But they didn't. It's like mind-boggling. What if you made your game bad on purpose? What if you hated?
Bad on purpose.
Okay. Don't. As thou doth approach, a voice rings out. What virtue does stem from courage? Valor. Use thy stone. Red.
I'll take the Triforce of Courage to protect me.
Oh, it's being sneaky. Like, look at that. That's a dead end, but like 4 dungeon rooms. Yeah, good thing I just maxed out on these. And of course, yeah, now this is a deceitful dungeon.
Yippee!
Dispel. Ugh. Dupre is kind of low.
Yeah, no, it's still really funny to me of how it looks like when you're camping. It's like, oh, did you all just die?
Let's camp. Picture skeletons around a campfire. What a refreshing nap.
Yeah,
Like, I'm just imagining this, like, photorealistic skeletons in between 2 panels of... Yeah.
We became a creepypasta.
Yeah. A
Yeah.
skeleton popped out.
Yeah, those are walls. I guess they're like invisible walls or something. I don't know.
yeah. This sucks. At least we can appreciate the little buds, the little ghosts wiggling about. Very precious.
What was that one Shin Megami Tensei ghost gift we kept posting?
Yeah, it was like the poltergeist, I think, maybe.
Nice. Poltergeist.
Oh man, I'm trying to imagine Poltergeist, but I keep thinking Gremlin.
Yeah, it's the poltergeist. Can I
Yeah,
find
I
that
can
gif of it? That's...
easily find.
Oh wait, I found it. It's her buddy. It's her buddy, the poltergeist. Copy link.
Send link.
Send link.
No.
It's her little buddy, the poltergeist. It's like 3 frames of animation.
If that's not already give me a second, I'm just gonna add that as an emote if we don't already have that.
Yeah.
Alright, now just scroll down. Don't have it. Little buddy.
Little
we go.
buddy.
Oh buddy.
So good.
Oh yeah, I got the pony. There's my pony Sona sleeping there.
No.
Ghost from Mega Man Battle Network. I can't actually use any of these because I don't have the power to do that.
Don't have
Yeah.
Nitro.
No.
Yeah, I have no intention to pay for Nitro.
Understandable.
We have to dismantle capitalism partially so that
Yeah, I'm
now
just
everyone
making
can have
paid
gifts on Discord.
subscriptions for anything.
Yeah. Now, can we have an animated sticker? Could we make Little Buddy into a sticker? I know we still have the fucking Golem wins. And us.
God.
Is the little art I made. Magic Kimbo Pot.
So I can add this to.
Like, What?
Forgot the tank had the like animated emote cat that looks at gay people, but like as a cube. It's just constantly moving.
Oh my god.
And I don't have any way to use it or even to show you what it is. Oh god, Gollum won the argument. Yeah. Anyone remember?
Only through that sticker.
Oh, and
Yeah. Gollum reading halls now.
yeah, that.
Yeah.
I think someone talked about wanting to stream that now that it's gone down in price by a huge amount. But I'm like, I still wouldn't pay money to play that game.
Okay, Ghost, what's going on? Why aren't you coming after me?
If I saw a ghost, I would simply bust it.
Okay. Bustin', 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 bustin'. So you feel good, feel good, feel
Oh, I
good.
didn't manage to get on any more streams of the Ghostbusters asymmetric multiplayer game.
Oh yeah.
The one that Hank was streaming at one time, and I'm like, I should unlock all the ghosts in this. So next time Hank plays, you know, I can actually use the
Yeah.
other ghosts. Never plays again.
Yeah. Oh dear. Good. No, though I'm glad it got. You know, like even though I never played that game, it does look pretty neat. I'm like, yeah,
Yeah, it's like it feels like they're doing stuff the source material basically. Like they're leaning into the particular weirdness of Ghostbusters, not just the movies, but the cartoons. The like, there's references apparently to stuff from the Ghostbusters RPG.
There was
You
an
know,
R-
there's stuff going on there. Like,
Do you mean the tabletop RPG?
presumably, I don't know. I never
I
played
mean,
that.
that would
It's
make
like,
sense.
okay, some of the items come from that. Just because they needed more items for it. And it's like, well,
Yeah.
we own these. Uh, the they bring back Sam Hain, the pumpkin-headed ghost from the cartoon, as
Yeah.
the like final boss. And you can play as him because it's an asymmetric multiplayer. Of course, we'd let you play as the final boss.
Oh, that's fun.
Then they like have alternate versions of that class of ghosts who are like, God, I've not seen Ghostbusters Frozen Kingdom, but like apparently the main villain of that is
Huh.
there. Except that was such a trivial boss fight. I kind of just blitzed that by myself.
Oh wow.
And so that's how I have that ghost unlocked. Because I just kind of went full custom on the ghost trap. It's like, okay, trap that automatically deploys when you throw it out. You don't need to step on the pedal. It just switches on, immediately burns through all of its power. And the thing is, that's great in solo play. You can just like the AI Ghostbusters are complete idiots. The AI ghosts relatively smart.
Huh.
You wouldn't have seen the AI Ghostbusters even if you watch Tank streaming. If you're playing solo, they will just fire their proton packs into ceilings or floors with no rhyme or reason. Just constantly. They will find a spot on the floor and all just point their guns at it
Use
until they
stone.
overheat, and I don't know why. Use the stone.
What virtue
and
does
love.
stem from truth and love? Truth and love. I think it's justice, but let me check. Yeah, justice.
Yeah.
Yeah, that tracks.
Use thy stone.
Dude,
Green.
dude, 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 dude.
Color
Great.
changeth before thine eyes.
Okay. East.
Oh, I was. That gif. Oh my god, I heard that just 2 frame animation is so good. It, maybe use 3 frames animation. Either way, it was really fast. Love it.
Yeah, I love the gremlins.
Um, I was about to say
Yeah,
like
you
no,
can
something
put it
about
in microwaves.
yeah. Oh, yeah. I was just gonna say you know, thinking of like truth and love. I'm like, why am I reminded about something? And then I'm like, oh yeah, you
Unites the
know,
evils, truth and
truth and love. Uh, to reach the stars above. Jesse J, like Team Rocket. Great. I'm forgetting the whole thing, but like, yeah, you know what I'm getting at.
to protect the world from devastation.
Unite.
Unite all peoples within our nation. To denounce the evils of truth and love. And extend our reach to the stars above. Jesse, James, Team Rocket, blast off at the speed of light. Surrender now or prepare to fight. Meow. That's right.
Right.
Yeah, I watched far too much of that show as a kid.
Same. It's just
Same.
I haven't seen anything in a while, so I kind of
Everyone
forgot
did.
the whole everything they say during that.
No,
Yeah.
no, it's to infect the world with devastation. To blight all people with unknown. I can't even do it either.
Oh yeah, the
Uh,
Butch and Cassidy, right? Like
it's too
that's what
good.
they were called
Yeah.
of their rivals who were like more evil or
Yeah.
whatever. It's God, that's so good. Also, shout out. I'm blanking on the name at the moment, but shout out to the one like artist who's like, I'm gonna draw an amazing AU of what if Jesse got with like Delilah, Ash's mom, and like after they like quit team, like Jesse and James Meowth quit Team Rocket, and it's like it's so good. It's so good and great and gay, and I do love the one like
Pokemon Birch and be disappointed.
yeah. Yeah, especially since their little slogan got their, their whatever you'd call this catchphrase. I don't know. So, like, this got
Motto.
oh, their motto like got brought up, like just in one of the comics, where it's just like, oh yeah, like Delilah like runs a restaurant or something, and like, uh, James works there, and it's like, oh hey, I need it. Oh yeah, James left before I got remembered to give him his like paycheck, and Jesse's like, oh, don't worry, I got it. Prepare for trouble, and like, and then
Smashes through the window.
through the wall,
Trouble.
like they, like it's so good. God,
Failed. Okay, so
oh,
the spell can fail. And
huh.
Tremor's not
Oh,
working. What the
alright.
fuck?
Makes it fun.
Oh no, the the encounter of no, you're not doing that. Whatever you're planning on doing, don't.
Whatever you do, don't.
Whatever you do, don't. Yeah.
Hey. Uh,
No, I love that this is an encounter because it's really funny. Because it's you know, it's just like these monsters have barricaded themselves behind magic walls, right? Like that's effectively what's happening here, right?
yeah.
Like we're just like, come out of here, you assholes! Stop hiding in your little panic room. We're going to kill you. Except for this plant thing, it's just moving through the walls. Can you follow its path to get to the other two?
The kill spell! Die! It failed. Okay, what's
Oh my-
happening? Okay.
I think you can't cast magic here. So just use normal attacks, maybe?
I'm like rotating the post that accompanies this image in my head. It's like when you Google Pokemon Booch. And I'm like, oh no, don't forget the original Booch Pokemon.
Oh, they're just casting
Yeah?
sleep on me.
They turned into skeletons.
Yeah?
Okay.
Why is Katrina still dead?
Because I left her dead.
Oh my god, why?
Because she's not useful. She is a
Oh.
shepherd, which is intentionally bad.
Uh-huh.
Oh. Okay. So it'd be a case of even if you did revive her, she would just immediately die in any sort of actual combat encounter.
Yes. Also, I thought that you would basically get a class change when you become, like, part avatar, but apparently not in this version of the game.
Oh.
I think that's true of the NES version, but not this version.
Huh. Rude.
Okay, I'm not seeing any secret tiles or secret walls. Okay, the abyss. Looking through a walkthrough. Does the Zorn block spells? Is that what was happening?
Gone.
Is that why the Balrons couldn't cast sleep on me until I killed the Zorn?
Huh.
Okay, dude. Okay, Yellow. Oh my god, that must have been what was happening. And they slept them. I was hoping Yellow got poisoned so that he wouldn't get sleeped.
No, you can only have one condition at a time.
Yep.
Oh.
It's linking Attila and Hun from Pokemon.
God. So goofy.
Yeah.
Okay, that opened things up. have 69 tremors left. Let's hope that's enough.
Nice.
That's my favorite number.
Yeah.
My the chat window I had popped out was blocking the way of the air horn. So it took me a second to look, where's the air horn? And I'm like, oh yeah. No, what on earth are those things?
Ah, Reapers.
Okay.
Huh.
I thought
Yeah,
they
they
were.
flail around with their tentacles. They can usually only attack you when they're right next to you. But they do a bunch of status effects even when you're not.
Hmm.
So watch out.
I can.
Oh dear.
Okay, come on. Use the
As
crossbow.
a member of Team Rocket's HR department, your main duty will be to pair up our agents in ways that their names will be a reference to someone else's name.
This is annoying.
And we're in luck. A lot of our new members have cowboy-related names.
Yeah.
It's sheer coincidence that our two newest members are called Smokey and Bandit.
Tremor, just get rid of them. This is the worst.
Yeah. God.
MP too low. Fuck. Awaken. You also cast Tremor. Well, that got rid of that guy at least.
Yeah.
Spell Awaken. I think Yellow is blocking the way there. Yep. Oh yes, she's poisoned. That's not something you're ever going to hear in other games.
Now
Yeah.
that I'm poisoned, I'm immune to being set on fire, put to sleep, or frozen. Not being confused.
One down.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, on the Discord server, here's another silly thing in the voice chat. It'll be a surprise till you look at it. it made me giggle.
Oops. Wasn't looking at whose turn it was.
Oh dear.
Heavily wounded. Two left. A weapon. Yeah, I don't think the crossbow is working in this dungeon.
Oh no.
I read in a guide that apparently non-magical stuff just doesn't work in this dungeon.
Oh, that sucks.
And the
I mean,
yeah.
I was just gonna say, like, is it like the dungeon just fucking up non-magical stuff? Usually, like the trick to dungeons is that they sometimes do the opposite. It's like, aha, all your fancy, the magic powered goodies are just struggling here.
Finally. I think I'm just not gonna cure the poison on her.
It makes her too strong. She can't be put to sleep.
No, I've got posts about this. Let's see. Poison. Forward to stream chat. Voice chat.
Okay.
So cool. Back popular demand. Come on, everybody, strike up the band.
Yeah.
Okay, secret. Secret.
Gun.
Wake up, Illo. Also, they don't take poison damage when you're in these rooms. Like, you can get poisoned, but you won't take damage in these rooms.
That's fascinating. Why do they do it like that? I guess because it takes such a long time to just, like, walk out. Right? Like, to do anything. Like, it takes a while to just traverse them because you only move one space at a time.
Dragons? I'll take dragons. Oh, right. That's a melee weapon. Because the fighter does not get the good ranged weapons.
Of course. Yeah, Mary, I love that. I've been struck with a permanent incurable poison, but does like 10 damage a minute. I'm at thousands of hit points, so I mostly just deal with it. I mean, that's what it just feels like when you have some light chronic pain, whereas like this sucks, but
Yeah.
like it's not
It's like
that
it's
big
not,
of a
it's only
deal.
10 hit points.
Right.
Like, as long as I keep healing myself, it's fine, right?
Yeah, and then you start. Only recently did I like really think like, oh yeah, I should probably talk to her about having
Yeah,
like
sure.
kind of chronic joint pain because it's like most people wouldn't say they have the normal amount of joint pain. The normal amount of pain that everyone has, right? And it's like, no, that's not normal actually. And it's like,
Yeah, I'm gonna
just
say the normal amount is 0.
yeah,
Like, if you've got any amount of it that is constantly or chronically there, then it's something you should get checked out if you can.
yeah. It's just that for a long time I just didn't have any health insurance, so it just like, oh yeah, just I guess I'll just try to deal with this. Uh, Also, God, sorry, I just love looking through the archive of made-up light novel names. There's some great stuff here.
Yeah, we had some pretty funny entries.
Yeah, not even like necessarily all the pinned ones, just some of the normal ones
Yeah,
are fun.
some
Like a border
normal ones.
collie who was ejected from a car during a crash in Idaho Sunday has been found on the sheep farm herding sheep. And it's just like,
Yeah.
wow, this dude got yeeted into his dream job. And it's like, yeah, that's just so like good for them. And also, diver who finds 900-year-old crusader sword. Like, yeah. I mean, it's more cheat item, but like Oh wait, no, magic sword got Isekai into our world. Yeah,
Yeah.
like either way it works. It's very good.
Yeah. I mean, it's always been a thing. People can just do fan art of any of these stupid ideas.
Yeah,
Stories based on them, or screen cap them and post them on social media for, huge clout. I only have to do that with my own ones, unless I've got, like, the permission of other people to do.
nice. God,
Yeah.
I love your entry. God, that was from like 30 years ago. Nuts. Trapped in an MMO after someone posted HTML in chat. It's just a glitch. You weren't supposed to get trapped
Yeah.
in the MMO. It just
That was
happened
a...
though.
that was a reference to something that was happening at the time. It was the... I can't remember which MMO it was, that, like, you just...
That troll is flat as hell.
Watch out, it's Wide Troll.
Why troll?
Think you're getting past Wide Troll? Think again.
Back to Isekai naming. Wide troll.
Everyone's favorite character.
As wide as she is tall. And it's God, I love that comic from that like fucking Tumblr thread.
God.
It's so just the whole thing was so good. Of just I think furry artists provide a better service than doctors. Like you will die in 7 days. Like you will die in a week. Like no one time. I kept going to the doctors. They kept insisting, but one furry artist I was talking to, told me that hey, that sounds like lupus, and I actually checked it out for that, and got a diagnosis. So yeah, man. Also, I can't ask a doctor to draw Rude's a bat as wide as she is tall with tits of mesh. You could if you weren't a coward. Just the fact that everyone is just it's just a presentation, but just random people are just speaking up.
I love the
It's
one person who is just a picture of a woman.
yeah, I think that was what, a spam message or something. Yeah,
Might be.
might have been. It's
Okay.
just 'Cause I know that the Gengar in that is because someone had like just a picture of Gengar as their avatar.
Yeah,
Yep.
and most of the other ones, they're just like arbitrary random Pokemon, I think.
Yeah.
Okay. As
Some of
thou,
them are. Oh,
as thou doth approach, a voice rings out. What virtue doth stem from love and courage? I think sacrifice. I think. Okay, yeah. Sacrifice. Orange.
orange. I'm glad I didn't say banana.
Yuck, yuck, yuck.
Okay,
Hold up.
turn into skeletons.
To
Ah, what's a
restore,
refreshing map?
to restore hit points. Okay. Oh boy. We're on level 6 of the Abyss.
Nice.
And, okay. Apparently it's the maziest level.
Oh dear. Oh, BRB. I gotta take care of a few things, get some more water and stuff.
South, south. South, south. South, south. Huh. I don't think we can make progress here.
Alright, that's why there's so many notifications in blue sky.
Okay. Hold on a sec.
Okay.
Okay. Dungeons.
Find the secret door. Probably.
Ah. Wiki has a specific stuff for this floor 6. Okay. Oh, this looks complicated. Yeah, I'm just gonna put that there.
Uh-huh.
So you can see what I have to do. Well, no, she can't cast it. Okay, what am I supposed to do? Fuck. Cat's purring. Okay. Sixth level room puzzle. General rule, follow the numbers and step on marked squares even if a foe has to be killed first. Okay. Okay. You hear my cat purring? She's purring loudly.
Nope, I cannot hear the cat.
Oh, I was going to bring the microphone closer, but
Yeah.
I don't think I can, really. Okay. Yeah, no. And stuff's getting knocked over. Uh... Nearly there. Nearly there. Okay, two of those things, that's not so bad. Oh boy. Two Balrons. just 2 isn't that bad. Still bad. Bonk. Ah, it's critical. Lightly wounded. Because goddamn, this game has damage variance. Okay. Okay. This is number 4. Cast the Awaken spell on yellow. He is an old man, so I guess he sleeps a lot. Although I don't think he's old at this point. We have twisters. Oh, right, fucking. God damn it. Hey. Yeah, I think stuff like this is why they remove class restriction on equipment in Ultima 5. They do that and don't look back. Okay. Okay. This is just the connecting hallway. Okay. Okay. Oh, this is a room.
Is this certainly a room?
Not gonna fuck around. Get tremored, idiot.
Huh.
And we got select. Hey. The spell. Ugh. Hey. With the one party member who can't cast any spells. Ha! Poisoned! Dang it. Okay, I guess I should move Yellow out of the way. Uh,
Hi.
hey.
That's every day in a while, but hopefully things aren't too rough in the shame dungeon or the abyss or whatever.
Okay, now that Yellow's out of the way, can actually kill this guy. Or not.
Oh no.
There he goes.
Nice.
There.
Nice. Sorry. Voice bit hoarse. No, in the since I got distracted a bit, uh, quickly checked another, or actually a group chat. Know what? Like I think I'm the only one who plays Warframe here, but I'm very happy with the update for the title like for 1999 because short of it, time shenanigans happened. Uh, timey wimey, spacey wacy. We have to go back to the year 1999. The try to thwart some plans, and a time loop is involved. You know how that goes. Uh, but it's been a real blast, especially since they also added a basically like oh okay, that was sleep. I was like, oh shit, I can't believe 3 of your guys just died. Uh, but yeah, well, oh yes, they added like a sort of dating sim mechanic, like uh, with the new cast of characters that they added, and just like I think you can only like romance one of them, but you can still talk to all of them, and like it's really great and funny. Because there's like one guy who would be like, "Hey, like, hey, have you ever been like in like war zones where civvies are running around trying to fight for their lives?" And you can just be like, "Yes, I have actually. It's bad." It's like, oh, for real? Oh, all right. Forget what I was gonna say about that. And just other shenanigans, or not other shenanigans. Oh yeah, shenanigans counts. Like one of the girls you can talk to, like she spills like bubble tea on her keyboard, and like uh, just like oh, like everything seems fine until like your keyboard just starts freaking out. That's fine. She gets it fixed later, but yeah, it's it's pretty great. And great. What was I gonna say? Brain's a bit fried at the moment, unfortunately. But yeah, it's a great time. Also, I do love some of the humor that comes from like your character is from such a far future and like in setting that like that there was like this space empire ran by like those who called themselves the Orokin, who are like basically consider themselves gods, as tyrants are often wont to do. But like, that it's just like a lot of things that they tried telling, like, that these characters from 1999 try telling you, or just completely, some things just go over their head, or they're like, oh, like I don't know what that is. Like, what's a toaster oven? And it's like, man, this is like telling you need me to help you out. Oh yeah, there's one funny bit of dialogue where like one of the chats where it's like someone's like, "Hey, I'm gonna take you under my wing," and it's like, "Why?" And it's like, because they just notice you like like just waving your hand around like TV remotes or whatever, like it's a motion light, and I'm like, "Oh yeah, huh." Like, there's like, yeah, no, that would make sense in setting of like of someone from the air quotes present, going back to the past and just like waving their hands at things, or just even the idea of potentially just talking at electronics to get them to do what you want, because like, well, that's how you control things in the incredibly ambiguously far out future, which is always fun. Also, might as well post some pictures. If there are any gifs from Discord. Oh, nice. There are some.
Okay.
But yeah, shout out to games with cute girls you can date, though. Good stuff.
Okay. Made a bridge.
Hooray! Oh, by the way, what's the name of those big, like, demon enemies?
Balrons.
Balrons. Yeah, I sort of forgot what they were called. I remember some of the art that was posted of them from, like, manuals or whatever. And, I think by, Andy the Z. And is, that they're really, like, it looks really great, but it's also just really fun to, like, look at it after seeing, like, the sprite.
Yeah, the Ultima 1 sprite is pretty hilarious because that guy just does not care. He has big
Yeah.
wings and he just doesn't care. The neutral Balron. I have no strong feelings one way or the other.
Oh god, yeah, no. That's 100%. The Balrons. They're just no evil grin or menacing smirk. It's just completely neutral expression.
Oh, right, still have him equipped with the sword. Because I was trying the sword of Balron.
Nice.
Yeah, just get back to the magic wand.
Time to see if my tea is cool enough to drink. Yeah, still a bit hot.
Okay. He's an idiot.
Oh, what? This, like, bandit or thief or whatever you're hitting?
Headless.
Ah. God. Shout out to, how am I blanking on the name? But, Serious Sam.
Oh, yeah. Those guys.
Yeah?
Oh, that. Oh, I don't think I have to cast a spell to open those.
Nice.
That's at least somewhat convenient. Okay. Nearly done with this fucking puzzle box.
Thank goodness.
We are like half an hour over time, so
Yeah.
Yeah.
which normally I wouldn't care about. It's just stuff to do in the morning, so
Oh, sorry.
don't worry about it. It's just like, well, I'm glad I didn't try and knock myself out with sleeping pills earlier.
Yeah, that's fair.
Which don't always work, but you know, yeah.
Okay.
What is that?
The cat.
Oh. Yeah, I was about to say, like, what's going on here?
She pushed back the TV on against the wall by rubbing
Oh.
up on it.
Oh dear. Oh. Kitty. Kibbity even.
I'm kind of the most useless member of this party because being a
You don't have magic?
yeah, pretty much. I don't have access to any magic. Okay, let's look this up so I don't screw it up. Just
Yeah, that is wild.
use wisdom stone. What virtue does stem from courage and truth? Honor. Color? Purple. Descend down to level 7. It's less mazy, I can say that.
Yeah.
That's the upside. The downside is just a bunch of these rooms. Oh, I think the treasure chest in the middle is a trap. Where if I like step on it, it reveals more monsters, so.
Well, if you think that's the case, leave it until you've killed all the other monsters.
Hell, I don't even need it.
If you don't need it, then don't open it.
Yep.
There's a scene in Freerun where, like, after being deceived by mimics, so, like, as a running joke for the whole series, there's a bit where she casts a spell on a treasure chest and goes, the spell says there's a 99% chance it's a mimic. But if it's a 1% chance, it's a rare and unique tome that I need to have. Smash cut to her being eaten by the mimic again.
Goodness. That's great.
Look, just admit you have a fetish already.
Yeah.
She's weirdly into it. It's like, listen, it's fine if she is, but...
Yeah. God. That's... I really need to see that show. There's a lot of media I really need to, appreciate / consume. Yeah, that sounds so good.
I haven't watched Rerun yet. I really would recommend it. Like, I don't say it lightly when I say it's an anime on par with Delicious in Dungeon.
Oh, nice. Also,
It's very different tonally.
yeah? Also, I love that if you search for Mimic on Discord, like, within the second result is just this elf being chomped on by a mimic.
Yes. The other second result for Mimic.
Whatever the hell that is. Some Roblox thing, I guess. Which is wild that Roblox is even remotely like a legal thing.
Roblox.
It's like, yeah.
Roblox. Yeah.
What if you can get children to make games for your like your video game about making about playing your for video games or whatever, like your like almost social media for kids, but also like they have to pay you for the chance to make the video games, and if they ever make a smash hit and they want to cash out any of the money they made, they get like fucking pennies to the dollar. It almost. It's so bad. Like any dollar put into there is mostly gone because it's so hard to ever cash out. Or not hard. It's just you. Oh, I mean, it's hard to ever get enough Roblox or Roblox money or whatever it's called to actually cash out. And then if you do, like the exchange rate is so awful that even the game where it's like, oh, when you start the game, you won't have enough money to actually be like a cool sci-fi adventurer. You'll just have to like collect sweat samples for monsters until you like for the equivalent of like 10 cents.
Sweat sample thing until you bring it up again.
Yeah, and it's like, oh, that one is like has a better exchange rate. Like I think that one is like you lose like maybe 30% of like if you like have so many space bucks or whatever, like and you exchange it to like actual money, I think you lose the equivalent for how much you put in, like for like the dollar amount for buying it normally. Like I think the exchange rate is like about 30 or something, but like Roblox is like abysmal. It's so much lower, and it's like, man, that's obnoxious. Man, there's kids becoming middle managers of other kids to make video games, and it's like shit's wild.
I
It's not.
remember when it was free.
Yeah. God, I forgot that it was free. I mean, I think it's free to play, but like the transactions and like making games of it is like, and is really wild. Especially since it's like you can get special cosmetics or make cosmetics yourself and sell them on the market, which is a whole thing. Because I think they get like a cut from your sales as well, alongside with the giant like cuts they get if you ever want to take your funny Roblox money out into the real world. Like it's bizarre. Like, you know what? I could probably try to find the video where I learned all this from, or videos I should say, because yeah, the YouTube channel makes it called People Makes Games, and like the first result, or the first like two results are People Make Games Roblox, People Make Games Disco Elysium, because they did an interview with several of the staff from the company before I think it just went under. And the first video is like 20 minutes long. It's 22, and it's like, investigation: how Roblox is exploiting young game developers. And then the second video, Roblox pressured us to delete our video, so we dug deeper.
As they should.
And they should, but it's like, wow, they really were like, hey, you should delete your video. Like that's like that's nuts. Like, and does not make them any less suspicious to investigators, right? Like, you see
Right,
people are looking
delete your
into
post and stop investigating the sweatshop I'm running of Roblox players who are obviously kids. T-shirt raises a lot of questions which should be answered by the...
Yeah?
Ah, God, that'd be so much easier to phrase if I was typing it out.
Yeah. But yeah, I understand what you mean. I know that format.
They are
Yeah?
just exploiting people to create content for capital C.
Yep. It's just wild. Because I remember years ago hearing about Roblox, like, oh yeah, it looks like a weird... Like, I think at the time, I just saw maybe a clip of it, or in an ad or something. I'm like, oh, this, like... Yeah, this looks like a weird game. I don't really like the graphics. And then never looked into it beyond that. And then seeing that video, or someone tell me about it, and I'm like, what? Like, huh? Like, this is what it's become into?
Uh,
God.
I guess now I have to step on the right tiles.
Oh dear. This game really loves there's an invisible tile you had to step on puzzles, don't it?
Yep.
Why would they design it like this? Like, one or two, I can get, but excuse me, this keeps happening and it's not like interesting. How bizarre.
Sure is an old ass RPG.
Yeah. Yeah.
Looking at another guide.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, they went a different route. Which
God.
means they don't do this room. They did another room.
The princess is in another castle.
No, they don't do another room. They would have had to gone through this room, except they just No, I stepped on those tiles. I think, actually, all the ones all the way up there, though?
It's 2 a.m. for me, and I have no idea how long you're going to spend finding the one tile in this dungeon that lets you progress.
Yeah, that's fair.
Are we near the end of this dungeon?
Yeah, we're near the end.
How many rooms left?
Like there should be one after this, and then the eighth and final floor.
So much for getting to bed early.
Follow the path. There it goes. Okay. Oh, we want to go north. Yeah. Oh boy. Okay. Oh, I see it. Yeah. First, you just gotta get rid of some of these guys. Get rid of a couple more of them. Yeah, this is... Thankfully, Jana is poisoned. Oh, well, what do you know? Kill this fucker dead. Let the motherfucker burn. Yeah, I guess I'm done with this room.
Uh,
Just go north.
oh no. Sorry, I was trying to look for something that was posted in another server. And, I found the source of image and it's bad. It sucks.
Oh no.
Oh no, I'll... like, oh no. How sure what? But imagine if actually no, there's one thing I could share. Imagine if some redditor ass motherfuckers decided to make something called Meme the Gathering. Unleash your humor and God, I can't even say this. Unleash your humor and trigger the world with us in
No,
the ultimate
no.
blend of meme culture and true collectible card game.
It isn't even the what if we made memes fight each other game that I saw an ad for like a job listing. Oh, you can work on this game. And I'm like, I would prefer not to.
Oh God. Our ambitious mission is to bring back the feeling of collecting and trading physical cards into the digital realm with our blockchain-based collectible card game, while also building a game for players to express their creativity and make fun of everything in a bold and provocative if dash respecting world in the multiverse must have an epic story. What? This is so bad.
Yeah, I think the AI generated that part.
Mm-hmm. I think that summary is AI generated. Probably.
Yeah,
Like, they wouldn't just do
that-
that for a single sentence. Like, oh
Yeah.
no. That's not the art that I saw. I just saw, like, a part of it. And I'm like, oh, this looks kind of funny. What's up? Who made the art, though? And then I found the disappointing answer. Oh no. God. And of course they have an ArtStation account because of course the art.
Big
Man, I
conversation.
remember when ArtStation. I was like, oh yeah, people making some cool art there. Cool. And then, like now, there's AI slop filling it up, or dudes like that who make Meme the Gathering. Despicable.
Okay, we can just go south.
Hooray. But yeah, we need a this. Now the thing is, blockchain as a technology can be really useful. Like it's used frequently in encryption software, and also that it's shooting lava at us or at you. Sorry, I just saw like these like things shoot like far at you and look like the lava's moving. But anyway, you know, but also unfortunately there's fucking cryptocurrency bullshit, and it's like we need to get rid of cryptocurrency, like please. It's so dumb. It's using resources for just internet funny money that like either you buy weird fucked up shit or I think at best the only use of it that seems potentially good is in some like people like I know there's this one like gray market HRT like producer and seller who like her PayPal's or whatever keep getting taken down, right? Like it just always gets taken down, and she's like, "Well, I guess this is the only thing I can put up that people can like pay me in, so that I can keep doing this." And it's like that's the only thing that is like I understood and why I understand why you use it. I'm not happy that you have to, that your like PayPal's or
Not
whatever
really
keep getting taken
anyone
down.
has. Like, I don't. Like, it's a solution to a problem that shouldn't exist.
Yeah, yeah. And it's like, other than that, oh boy, there's probably a whole bunch of sketchy shit you can buy with some sort of like cryptocurrency online.
There is. That is.
There is,
Most
and also
things have been
titanium.
for years, and presumably still what it's used for now.
Yeah, like I remember people joking that like Bitcoin is for drug dealers who also play CS:GO,
Yeah.
and it's probably still true. But now you can also buy titanium cubes. Remember when people were doing that?
Dude. They're not
The
titanium, they're tungsten.
Oh, they're tungsten. My bad. Tungsten
Because
cubes.
there's a funny story behind that. There's this, like, tungsten factory that makes, like, you know, they manufacture tungsten, which is among the densest metals. They're used by anyone for anything.
Yeah.
And they had, like, on their site, they had, oh yeah, you can buy, you know, a 1x1 tungsten cube or a 10x10, like, you can buy extremely elaborate paperweights, basically. But then someone emailed them out of the blue and went, hey, do you guys take cryptocurrency? And they went, do we? It's like, yeah, sure, why not? And it's threw out a number. And then it turned out this, for a long while, was the only way to actually cash out cryptocurrency into something with tangible value.
Oh my
So
god.
there were people just buying tungsten cubes, and it became like a status symbol among cryptocurrency nerds. God. Tungsten cube crypto.
Like,
Yeah, this was back in 2021.
yeah,
The cube.
the cube. No, how much could he
Uh,
even sell it for? Like,
Well,
who
they're
else
fairly
is buying?
pricey.
Oh yeah, but like, who's buying them? Right? Like,
1 centimeter cube weighing 0.64 ounces goes for $19.99. 2-inch cube, 5.2 pounds, $449.99. The thing is, once you have some actual physical object, it doesn't matter what it is, that is now the de facto currency, because cryptocurrency doesn't have an equivalent to them.
yeah. Which, God, and like, that's
Oh
also the
my
funny.
god. The
Oh,
demand for an even larger cube inspired the company to sell a £1,784 version as an NFT, which will allow the quote-unquote owner one annual supervised visit to touch the cube at
oh my
Midwest
god!
Services Illinois headquarters. I'm sorry, this is like touch the cube.
Touch the
Do it, man.
cube. So you have to buy an NFT to touch the
Gives you the
cube
legal right to touch the cube once per year.
once per year.
But you can't do it alone. You have to be supervised at all times. Cube enthusiasts even made pilgrimages to the company's facility, prompting
God.
Midwest Tungsten Service to publicly ask followers to not do so. Had to add extra staff and arrive a bit earlier to handle the increasing demand. And it's, again, because there was no way to cash out cryptocurrency, like,
Yeah.
reliably. It turns out, well, there is demand for tungsten, because it's an actual physical object with value.
Yeah, it's just like, I feel like most people who would buy tungsten are probably gonna be people working in factories who are all probably buying it from the
Yeah, they're probably
manufacturer.
buying it wholesale, you know?
Yeah. So it's like, I guess like the thing is, it's something, right? It's
Oh
because
my
it's
god, I
it
forgot
actually.
how insane everything about this was.
Oh no, it got worse.
No, I'm just like...
Oh yeah,
God, you want to see it?
yeah.
Yeah.
Like that's so funny. Huh. God. Ah. But yeah, that's just so funny. If that's what they can like, fucking, like this is how they cash out with something that is, I can only imagine hard to sell, other than to maybe other crypto nerds who can't, like, you
Just
know,
reordering the cube anyway.
yeah, right? Like, who else was buying a tiny ass cube of tungsten? Because if you're working with it, you need probably more than whatever these cubes are, right? Like, fuck. Like, you're probably needing like, more amounts. So it's like, they're not gonna sell it to, like, random ass metal workers, right? Or, like, artists who do metal work.
Yeah, the thing is, tungsten, not really known for like artistic properties or anything. You're buying it to use in very specific applications.
It's the final boss. It's us.
Oh my god.
Oh man, just free of
You
us.
just one-shot one of them?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, that's just so funny though, right? Because it's like, does that mean you could potentially one-shot yourself?
Yeah.
You should one shot.
God
Now.
basically destroyed us. Well, that's the end of that, I guess.
Yeah, so much for the shadow self. Oh.
And this looks annoying.
Right now you defeated your shadow self. Demons.
Demon Swarm,
Oh,
10,000
no,
demons. Oh, well, Tremor.
Demon team.
Yellow's poisoned. He is no longer getting slept, which is good because he kept getting slept earlier.
Yeah. Getting hit with the EP beams.
Yeah. Unfortunately, those beams are affecting me now, or at least I should actually try and lie down. Beams, but this is the end of the dungeon.
Yep.
Don't forget to stick it out until you can save your game.
Yeah. Yeah. God, I still love that the sleep. I know they have limited sprites in this, but it's just still greatly funny. The sleep just makes it look like you just died.
Oh, I'm reminded of that one commercial where the kids they have like two beds and it's like this kid's jumping on this one bed and then he jumps to the other and he just falls asleep instantly and it looks like he just died.
God. Oh, sorry. Oh no. I just remembered. It's not a sleep thing, but the one dramatization of of a bounce house being lifted up by strong winds, but they make it look like it got sent into the fucking stratosphere.
Yeah.
I was just hey, you just made this look funny instead of anything.
Yep.
Why did you do that?
We're not going north. That's a trap.
No, that's funny.
Okay, well. Okay. I need you.
Does every party member have to get in the cubby hole at one point?
I
And that's
don't
what's
think
going
so.
on here? Okay.
Okay, where? Oh, it's They said eastern wall, but probably mean west.
Yeah.
One final pixel hunt.
Oh dear.
Wait, I see it.
You see it?
Yeah, I was close. I was like right next to it.
Huh. I can't visually tell the difference.
Julia's standing next to it. It's like a dot on the wall.
Oh my god! What the fuck? Why is it so small?
It was probably bigger on the old PCs back in the day, because...
The monitor sizes, right?
Yep.
Yeah, this would more closely match that size back then, so yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Now, I don't want to misspell it. Okay. Use stone. What virtue exists independently of truth, love, and courage? Humility. Use thy stone. Black. There's a sudden darkness, and you find yourself alone in an empty chamber. You use your key of 3 parts. What is the word of passage? Vermocor. Passage is granted. And you're supposed to get that each part of that word from one of the 3 castles of the 3 castles. What dost thou possess if all may rely upon your every word? Honesty. Voice ask. What quality compels one to share in the journeys of others? Compassion. Voice asks. What answers when great deeds are called for? Valor. Voice asks. What should be the same for lord and serf alike? Justice. Voice asks. What is loth to place the self above aught else? Sacrifice. Voice asks. What shirks no duty? Honor. Voice asks. What is knowing the true self knows what in knowing the true self knows all? Spirituality. Voice asks. What is that which serfs are born with, but with nobles must strive to attain? Humility. Thou art well versed in the virtues of the Avatar. Voice asks. If all else is imaginary, this is real. Truth. Voice asks. What plunges to the depths while soaring to the heights? Love. Voice asks. What turns not away from any peril? Courage. 4 rumbles beneath your feet. If all 8 virtues of the Avatar combined into and are derived from the 3 principles of truth, love, and courage, then what is the one thing which encompasses and is whole of all undeniable truth, unending love, and unyielding courage? Infinity. That is the word that was spelled out every time you visited his shrine in God's.
Neat.
Boundless knowledge of the codex of ultimate wisdom is revealed unto thee. The voice said, Thou hast proven thyself to be truly good in nature. Thou must know that thy quest to become an avatar is the endless quest of a lifetime. Avatarhood is a living gift. It must always and forever be nourished to flourish. For if thou dost stray from the path of virtue, this thy way may be lost forever. Return now unto thine own world, and live there as an example to thy people, as our memory of thy gallant deeds serves us. As the sound of the voice strolls off, darkness seems to rise around you. There is a moment of intense, wrenching vertigo. You open your eyes to a familiar circle of stones. You wonder of your recent adventure. Seems that time and place are very distant. You wonder if it really happened. Then you realize that in your hand you hold the Ankh. You walk away from the circle, knowing that you can always return from whence you came, since you know of the secret of the gates. Congratulations, that was completed. Ultima 4, Quest of the Avatar, and yeah, that many turns. Report thy feet to Lord British at Origin Systems. Welp.
Woo!
Fine Lord British. Hang him on Twitter.
That's cute.
No.
Yeah,
This is precious.
well,
Yeah, thanks for hanging out, y'all. This has been fun.
yeah,
Next time we play a game this old, we need to have some music going.
yeah.
Figure that
thankfully,
out.
5 does have music, but
What we do is we get public domain music, like old tiny music to play alongside a silent movie.
yeah. But I do want a buffer game before going to 5, so
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks everyone. Every pony. Have a good night.
good night.
And
See ya.
And don't forget the virtues of the Avatar.
but of course.
Good night.